It's funny how a single wrong turn, a missed exit, or just plain bad timing can steer your whole life onto a path you never saw coming. Looking back now from the relative safety of my quiet suburban home, it still feels surreal, like something plucked from a late-night horror flick. But it was real, every chilling, illogical second of it. And it started, as most of my poor decisions did, with a tight deadline and a long stretch of highway. I was 34 then, a freelance journalist barely scraping by, always chasing the next big story that would somehow finally put me on the map. My beat usually involved obscure local histories or heartwarming profiles, but this time it was different. A cold case from 20 years prior, a series of disappearances along a notoriously isolated stretch of old Route 17, deep in the desolate pockets of western Texas. The kind of place where cell service was a myth, and the nearest town was often an hour's drive away. My editor, a man who believed in the journalistic equivalent of shock therapy, had greenlit the story with a grim grin. "Dig deep, Mark," he'd said, "and don't come back without something worth printing." So I'd packed my trusty decade-old sedan, a few days' worth of clothes, and a healthy dose of naive optimism, convinced I'd crack the case and launch my career. It was late October, and the air was already carrying the first bite of winter, though out there, the sun still beat down with a relentless, almost mocking intensity. The plan was simple: drive to Black Mesa, the small, dusty town closest to the alleged incidents, interview some of the old-timers, scour the police archives, and then check out a few of the more prominent incident locations. I'd been on the road for 11 hours, pushing my limits. The highway, once a bustling artery, had long since been bypassed by a modern interstate, leaving it a cracked, forgotten ribbon of asphalt winding through endless scrubland and the occasional skeletal mesquite tree. There were no billboards, no gas stations, sometimes not even another car for miles. Just the hum of my engine and the growing silence outside. By the time the sun began its dramatic descent, painting the vast western sky in hues of violent orange and purple, I realized I'd miscalculated. Black Mesa was still a good 2 hours away, maybe more. My gas tank was flirting with empty, and annoying fatigue had begun to set in, blurring the edges of my vision. I probably should have pulled over hours ago, found a truck stop, grabbed a motel room. But I'd been determined, stupidly so, to make it to Black Mesa before nightfall. That's when I saw it, a flickering neon sign half obscured by a cluster of gnarled junipers, the Oasis Motel. It looked less like an oasis and more like a mirage from a nightmare. A single low-slung building, its faded paint peeling like sunburnt skin, sat off the road, alone in the darkening landscape. A few cars, mostly rusted-out pickups, were scattered haphazardly in front of what I assumed were the rooms. It wasn't the kind of place you chose. It was the kind of place you ended up at when options had completely vanished. I pulled into the gravel lot, the crunch of the stones under my tires sounding unnaturally loud in the encroaching quiet. The air grew instantly colder, carrying the faint, earthy smell of dry dust and something else, something metallic and sharp that I couldn't quite place. The sign for the office was completely dark, but a faint light spilled from a window on the far end of the building. With a sigh of resignation, I killed the engine. The sudden silence that followed was heavy, almost suffocating. My ears rang with it, a low, persistent drone that made the hairs on my arms prickle. It was the kind of silence that wasn't natural, a complete absence of the usual chirping insects or distant animal sounds, just emptiness. A sense of being utterly alone under a sky that was rapidly turning black, dotted with the first hesitant pinpricks of stars. I shook my head, trying to dislodge the irrational unease. It was just a creepy, rundown motel in the middle of nowhere. My exhaustion was playing tricks on me. Still, as I stepped out of the car, the cold seemed to intensify, wrapping around me like an unwelcome shroud. A thin, reedy wind picked up, rustling through the dry brush, a sound that felt less like nature and more like a whispered warning. It was the opening spark, the first minor anomaly that snagged at the edges of my frayed nerves, planting a tiny seed of dread. I grabbed my small duffel bag, the only luggage I'd bothered to pull from the trunk, and slammed the car door shut. The sound echoed too loudly in the oppressive quiet. With a shiver that had nothing to do with the temperature, I started towards the faint light at the far end of the building. Each step crunched on the gravel, a rhythmic, almost ceremonial sound. My shadow, elongated and distorted by the distant moonless sky, stretched out before me like a warning. The light spilled from a single, grimy window of what I presumed was the office. As I got closer, the metallic scent grew stronger, mixed now with something else, a faint, sweetish odor that made my stomach churn. It was the smell of decay, I realized with a sudden jolt, but not the heavy, unmistakable stench of a dead animal. This was lighter, more subtle, almost like an old flower pressed into a book, but with a sinister undertone. The office door was made of warped wood, its paint long since gone, leaving it a faded, splintered husk. Above it, a hand-painted sign, barely legible, read "Office, ring bell." There was no bell, just a tarnished brass plate where one might have been. I pushed the door open, wincing as it groaned on rusty hinges, announcing my arrival to the universe. The interior was dim, lit by a single bare bulb hanging from a frayed cord in the center of the room. The air inside was stale and heavy, thick with the smell I'd noticed outside, now mingling with stale tobacco and something else indefinable like old secrets. Dust motes danced in the weak light. The room was small, cramped, filled with an odd assortment of antique junk. A glass display case with a few dusty keychains and postcards, a scarred wooden counter, and behind it, a moth-eaten armchair that looked like it had seen better centuries. Behind the counter, a man was hunched over, his back to me. He was broad-shouldered, with a thick neck and a shock of greasy gray hair that needed a trim. He wore a faded flannel shirt and suspenders over a grease-stained undershirt. A cloud of pipe smoke, surprisingly sweet-smelling, drifted around him. He didn't seem to notice me. He was intently focused on something on the counter, his large hands working with a delicate precision that seemed at odds with his rough appearance. "Hello," I said, my voice a little rougher than I intended. The man startled, dropping whatever he was holding with a clatter. He spun around, his eyes, dark and small like beads, widening slightly. His face was a roadmap of wrinkles etched deep by sun and time and shadowed by a week's growth of stubble. A long, thin scar ran from his temple down to his jawline, pulling the corner of his mouth into a permanent, grimace-like curl. "Well now," he rumbled, his voice like gravel being churned, "didn't hear you come in. Door's quiet, ain't it?" He picked up a small, intricately carved wooden bird from the counter, inspecting it. It was what he'd been working on. "It is," I agreed, feeling a prickle of unease. How could he not have heard me push open that creaking door? I need a room for the night." He nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping over me, lingering on my duffel bag and then my face. It felt less like an assessment and more like a detailed inventory. "Just for the night, huh? Most folks just pass through, not many stay." "My gas tank's almost empty and Black Mesa's still a ways off," I explained, feeling a strange need to justify myself. "Thought I'd stop here." A faint smile, more a twitch of his scarred mouth, played on his lips. "Smart man, wouldn't want to run out on this stretch. Name's Silas, I own the place. You're—" Mark Jensen." I extended a hand, which he took in a surprisingly firm, calloused grip. His skin was rough like old leather. "Jensen, huh? Journalist, I reckon, by that fancy shirt and them city glasses." He let go, turning to a dusty ledger on the counter. His observation was unnervingly accurate. My fancy shirt was just a relatively clean button-up, and my glasses were reading glasses, but still. "What makes you say that?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Silas chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. "Don't get many visitors round here that ain't either lost or looking for something, and you look like you're looking for something. Always got a notepad in their head, you city folk." He flipped open the ledger, the pages yellowed and brittle. "Got an ID." I pulled out my driver's license. He scrutinized it, then my face, before returning it. "Mark Jensen, from Austin, long way from home, ain't ya?" "Reporting on a story," I admitted, deciding honesty might be the best policy or at least the least suspicious. "Cold case, disappearances along this old highway." Silas paused, his hand hovering over the ledger. His small eyes flickered, and for a moment I thought I saw something shift in their depth, a brief spark of something I couldn't quite name, recognition perhaps, or a flicker of old fear. "That's so, folks got short memories round here, Jensen. Some things are best left buried." The air in the room seemed to thicken, suddenly heavy with unspoken warnings. The metallic scent intensified and the sweet decay note was more prominent. I felt a chill run down my spine despite the relative warmth of the office. "I'm just doing my job, Silas, trying to shed some light on what happened." He grunted a noncommittal sound and began to fill out a line in the ledger with a stubby pencil. His handwriting was surprisingly neat, block letters. "Light, huh? This here place ain't got much light, Mark, especially not at night." He finished writing, then pushed a faded key with a large plastic tag across the counter. The tag read Room 7. "That'll be 65, cash preferred." I handed him the cash. He counted it slowly, meticulously, then slipped it into a small tin box under the counter. "Room 7 is down that way." He gestured vaguely towards the dark corridor to the left of the office. "Last one on the end. Got a good view of nothing mostly, but it's quiet." "Thanks," I said, picking up the key. It felt heavy and cold in my hand. "Is there anywhere to grab a bite to eat around here, or coffee?" Silas shook his head. "Kitchen's closed. Only place open is the Black Mesa Diner, and that's a 2-hour drive from here. Got a vending machine out by the ice machine if you're desperate. Might have a stale candy bar or something." My stomach rumbled in protest. "All right, I'll make do." "Good night, Mark Jensen," Silas said, turning back to his wooden carving, effectively dismissing me. "Hope you find what you're looking for, or don't." His words hung in the air, a final, unsettling benediction. I left the office, the door groaning shut behind me. The darkness outside felt even more profound now. The wind had picked up, carrying a fine dust that stung my eyes. I walked down the gravel path past the rusted-out pickups towards the row of motel rooms. The faint light from the office was quickly swallowed by the night. Only the moon, now a sliver of white, offered any guidance, casting long, distorted shadows. Each door I passed looked identical, faded, peeling, anonymous. The air grew colder with every step, and the silence pressed in, broken only by the mournful creak of the wind and the crunch of my own feet. The metallic, sweet decay smell seemed to follow me, a phantom presence. Room 7 was at the very end. The number, crudely painted, was chipped and almost invisible in the dark. I fumbled with the heavy key, my hands feeling clumsy and cold, and finally managed to get it into the lock. It turned with a reluctant click. Pushing the door open, I reached inside for a light switch, my fingers brushing against a cold, greasy wall. Glig. The room was plunged into a sickly yellow light from a single bulb in the ceiling. It was exactly as I'd expected, and yet somehow worse. The walls were faded institutional green, stained and peeling. A thin, grimy carpet covered the floor, patterned with dark splotches that I desperately hoped were just ancient spills. The air was heavy and stagnant, smelling of old dust, stale smoke, and that unsettling, sweet decay. In the center of the room was a double bed, its mattress covered by a thin, stained bedspread. A single, rickety nightstand stood beside it, holding a lamp with a crooked shade. A worn armchair sat in the corner, its upholstery torn, revealing yellowing foam. The window, covered by heavy, sun-faded drapes, looked out onto nothing, as Silas had promised. Just the oppressive blackness of the scrubland. I tossed my duffel bag onto the armchair and walked over to the bed, pressing a hand to the mattress. It was surprisingly firm, too firm almost, like sleeping on a plank. I pulled back the bedspread, revealing thin sheets and a lumpy pillow. Everything felt damp, even though the air was dry and cold. My journalistic instincts, usually a source of excitement, were now screaming at me to turn around and leave. But exhaustion was a powerful sedative. I just needed a few hours of sleep, a shower, and then I could get out of this place and head for Black Mesa. I went into the bathroom. It was tiny, with a cracked sink, a toilet that looked like it hadn't been scrubbed in years, and a shower stall with a rust-stained curtain. I turned on the faucet. The water came out in a reluctant trickle, cold and smelling faintly of sulfur. A shower would have to wait. I splashed some of the cold water on my face, hoping it would wake me up, wash away some of the creeping dread. It didn't. Back in the main room, I pulled out my laptop and phone, setting them on the nightstand. No signal, not even a bar, just the universal no service icon. I had expected that, but it still felt like a punch to the gut, complete isolation. I tried to shake off the growing paranoia. It was just a rundown motel, Mark. You're tired, you're on a creepy story, it's affecting you. I stripped off my shirt, feeling the sticky film of sweat and dust on my skin. As I reached for a clean t-shirt in my duffel bag, I noticed something. On the wall just above the headboard of the bed, almost hidden by the shadows, was a faint discoloration. It looked like a very old stain, but it wasn't the kind of amorphous blob you usually saw from water damage or spills. This was more deliberate, a faint reddish-brown smear, almost like a handprint. Not a full, clear print, but the ghost of one, stretched and faded, as if someone had pressed their hand there and then dragged it down slightly. A fresh wave of revulsion washed over me. I tried to convince myself it was just dirt, an old paint stain. But the shape, the way it seemed to follow the lines of fingers, was too specific. I touched it. The wall was rough and cold. There was no residue, no stickiness, just the faint, ghostly impression. I quickly turned away, my heart thumping against my ribs. This was ridiculous. I was letting my imagination run wild. I grabbed the t-shirt, changed, and then quickly lay down on the bed, pulling the thin sheet up to my chin. The mattress was indeed hard, and the lumpy pillow offered no comfort. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to take deep, even breaths. The silence in the room was absolute, a heavy, suffocating blanket. No distant traffic, no crickets, no rustling leaves, just the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic beat of my heart. The smell of decay was still there, subtle but persistent, clinging to the air like a shroud. Sleep did not come easily. My mind raced, replaying Silas's unsettling words, the metallic scent, the ghostly handprint. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind against the window sounded amplified, sinister. I kept my eyes closed, trying to conjure images of my suburban home, my cozy office, anything to push away the encroaching darkness. Then I heard it, a faint scratching sound coming from the wall beside the bed. It wasn't loud, just a light, rhythmic scritch, 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 like tiny claws dragging across plaster. My eyes snapped open. I held my breath, listening. It stopped. I told myself it was mice. Old motels in the middle of nowhere were bound to have vermin. It was logical, it was normal, but the sound hadn't quite sounded like mice. It had been too deliberate, too precise. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, rigid with tension, my ears straining in the darkness. Just as I was about to dismiss it as my imagination, it started again. This time it was louder and it seemed to move. Scritch, 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 like something was crawling inside the wall, moving slowly down towards the head of the bed, towards my head. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at my skin. I wanted to sit up, to turn on the light, to shout. But something held me paralyzed, a primal fear that warned against making any sudden movements. The scratching stopped directly behind the headboard. And then a different sound, a faint, whispery sigh as if someone had just exhaled right behind my ear. My blood ran cold, my entire body locked up. This wasn't mice, this wasn't the wind, this was something else. I could feel the hair on my neck standing on end, a phantom touch brushing against my skin. Against my better judgment, I slowly, cautiously reached for the lamp switch on the nightstand. My fingers trembled as they found the plastic knob. Glig. The yellow light flooded the room, harsh and sudden. I bolted upright, my eyes darting to the wall behind the bed. Nothing, just the stained, peeling wallpaper. The ghostly handprint was still there, looking even more ominous under the artificial light. My heart hammered, I was breathing in ragged gasps. This was insane. I was imagining things I had to be. Sleep deprivation, the creepy atmosphere, the story I was chasing, it was all combining to create hallucinations. But the fear was real, the visceral, bone-deep terror was undeniable. I felt exposed, vulnerable, alone in this dilapidated room in the middle of nowhere. I slid off the bed, stumbling a little, and grabbed my clothes. I had to get out of here. Now, sleep be damned, my car still had some gas left, enough to get me away from this place. As I reached for the door, my hand hesitated on the cold metal knob. The journalist in me, the one who chased stories into uncomfortable corners, suddenly resurfaced, battling with the panicked human. What if this is it, Mark? What if this is the story, the disappearances, the isolated road, the creepy motel, Silas's strange warnings, the unshakable feeling that something was deeply wrong here? I pulled my hand back from the door. No, I couldn't just run, not yet. I had come all this way. This could be related. The cold case, the missing people, what if they had stayed in this very motel? What if they had heard these sounds, felt this terror? The journalistic impulse, however foolish, won out over the flight instinct. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to regain some semblance of composure. I wouldn't leave, but I also wouldn't try to sleep. I needed to investigate, to document, to find answers. First, I needed to check my car, my gas gauge. I had a small fuel canister in the trunk, just in case, enough to get me to Black Mesa if the worst came to pass. I cautiously opened the door to room 7, peering out into the silent, moonlit night. The gravel lot was empty save for my car and the other rusted vehicles. The air was frigid and the faint, sweet decay scent was still present. It was everywhere. I locked the room door behind me, the old mechanism groaning, and started towards my car. As I walked, I kept my eyes peeled, scanning the shadows, my senses on high alert. The wind rustled through the dry brush, making the skeletal mesquite trees dance like ancient skeletal figures. When I reached my car, I fumbled for my keys. My hands were still trembling. I opened the gas tank, looking inside. It was indeed almost empty, the needle resting squarely on E. I unlocked the trunk, pulling out the small, red fuel canister. The plastic felt cold against my fingers. I carefully poured its contents into the tank, the sloshing sound loud in the night. It wouldn't fill it, but it would give me enough to reach Black Mesa or at least a town with a gas station. As I closed the fuel cap, I glanced around the desolate lot. The other cars, the rusted pickups, sat like silent sentinels. No lights from any of the other rooms, no sound. It was as if I was the only living soul in this place. But then a flicker, a faint light in one of the other rooms, room 3. It was quickly extinguished, but I definitely saw it. A brief, ghostly glow like a match being struck and then blown out. Someone else was here. I wasn't entirely alone. That thought was both a comfort and a new source of unease. Who would stay in a place like this? I locked my car, the metallic click echoing, and headed back to room 7. My mind was now racing with a renewed sense of purpose, mixed with persistent dread. I wouldn't sleep, but I wouldn't just sit there paralyzed either. I had to use this time. Back inside the room, I propped my laptop on the rickety desk and pulled out my notepad and pen. No internet, but I could still work. I started jotting down everything I had observed since arriving. The unearthly silence, the metallic decay smell, Silas's unsettling demeanor and words, the ghostly handprint, the scratching in the walls, the phantom sigh. I tried to maintain a detached, journalistic tone, but my hand trembled as I wrote. October 26th, late night, the Oasis Motel, room 7. Arrived approx. 9:45 p.m. Gas low, place is dilapidated, unsettling. Clerk Silas, suspicious, scarred, said some things are best left buried. Smell in the air, metallic, sweet decay, persistent. Room 7, faded, dirty, apparent bloodstained handprint above the bed. Indistinct, cold sensation, no cell service. Heard scratching in the wall by the bed, like claws, followed by a distinct sigh sound behind the headboard. Suspect not natural, panic response. Considered leaving, decided to stay and investigate due to connection to cold case. Fuel replenished in car enough to get to Black Mesa. Saw light in room 3 briefly. I paused, chewing on the end of my pen. I needed more. I needed a connection. Was it possible this motel was actually part of the mystery, not just a spooky place, but a key place? I remembered the details of the cold case. 20 years ago, 3 separate disappearances over a period of 2 years, all along Old Route 17 within a 50-mile radius. First, a traveling salesman named Robert Maxwell. Then a couple, the Millers, on their way to family reunion. Finally, a young backpacker, Sarah Jenkins. No bodies, no real leads, just abandoned vehicles and the vast, empty landscape swallowing them whole. The common thread was the highway, this forgotten ribbon of asphalt. What if they had all stopped here? The Oasis Motel was probably one of the only places along this stretch. I knew the approximate dates of the disappearances. I tried to recall them precisely. Robert Maxwell, May 12, 20 years ago. The Millers, August 3, 19 years ago. Sarah Jenkins, February 1, 18 years ago. dates that span seasons, but all within a relatively short window of time for a series of cold cases. My eyes drifted to Silas's ledger, still open in my mind's eye, the yellowed pages. Would he have records going back that far? Probably not, but what if he did? What if there were names, dates that matched? I felt a sudden, desperate urge to get back into that office to look through those pages, but Silas was there, and it was the middle of the night. I stood up, pacing the small room, the thought gnawed at me, the ledger. It felt like a tangible link, a possible crack in the wall of silence surrounding this place. I glanced at the window, covered by the heavy drapes. What was out there, beyond the immediate oppressive darkness? I considered pulling back the drapes, but something held me back. A primal instinct not to look, not to invite whatever might be lurking. I picked up my camera, a small digital SLR I always carried. I started taking pictures of the room, the peeling paint, the stained carpet, the ominous handprint above the bed, the general squalor, documentary evidence, just in case. The flash illuminated the dust motes dancing in the air, making the room seem even more forlorn. When I pointed the camera at the handprint, the flash seemed to make the reddish-brown stain glow faintly, almost pulsing. It sent another shiver down my spine. As I was snapping a photo of the cracked sink in the bathroom, I noticed something else. Tucked behind the pipes, almost out of sight, was a small, crumpled piece of paper. It looked like a page torn from a notepad. My heart skipped a beat. I reached for it, my fingers hesitating for a moment. This felt like a violation, but I pushed that thought aside. This was a journalistic investigation. I carefully pulled it free. It was brittle, yellowed with age, and felt like it might disintegrate in my hands. I unfolded it gently, my breath held. The paper was covered in hurried, almost frantic handwriting, smeared in places as if written in haste or fear. He's watching, always watching, can hear them, no escape. The walls, they whisper, they know. The others, where did they go? He said they left. Lies, I saw. The rest of the note was a blurry, illegible smear, as if the writer had pressed their thumb over the ink in a desperate attempt to erase it, or perhaps they had been interrupted. My blood ran cold, my hands began to shake uncontrollably. This was not a coincidence, this was too specific. He's watching. The walls, they whisper. The others, where did they go? This was a cry for help, a desperate message from someone who had stayed in this very room, who had experienced something terrifying, something connected to the disappearances. I reread the note, every word a chilling echo in the silent room. The despair, the terror, the clear implication of being trapped, watched, and the mention of the others strongly suggested a connection to the cold case. This wasn't just a spooky motel, it was a horror story in progress, and I had stumbled right into the middle of it. The smell of decay in the room seemed to intensify, wrapping around me, clinging to my clothes, filling my lungs. I felt a sudden urge to vomit. This was real. Whatever I had dismissed as imagination, as exhaustion-induced paranoia, was terrifyingly real. I tucked the note carefully into my wallet, a precious and horrifying piece of evidence. This changed everything. My role here was no longer just a journalist chasing a story. It was someone who had potentially unearthed a 20-year-old horror and who might now be in danger. My eyes scanned the room with a fresh, horrified perspective. The handprint above the bed, the scratches in the walls, the phantom side, they were no longer just creepy anomalies. They were remnants, echoes of someone else's terror, someone who had probably met a grim end here. I had to get more information, I had to get into that ledger, and I had to do it without Silas knowing. I checked my watch, 2:30 a.m. Silas would likely be asleep, or at least in the back of the office. This was my chance. It was risky, incredibly foolish even, but the note had ignited a fire of urgent desperation in me. I couldn't leave, not without knowing what this place truly was. I pulled on my shoes, grabbed my small flashlight, and cautiously opened the door to room 7. The night air hit me like a physical blow, cold and heavy. I stepped out, closing the door as quietly as possible, the old hinges groaning despite my efforts. The office light was out, good. I moved silently across the gravel, my sneakers making almost no sound this time. The moon was higher now, casting a pale, ethereal light over the desolate landscape. The silhouettes of the mesquite trees seemed to writhe in the wind, their branches like grasping claws. When I reached the office door, I paused, listening. The only sound was the wind. I tried the door handle. It was locked, of course. I swore under my breath I couldn't just break in. That would confirm any suspicions Silas might have about me. I needed a plan. I peered through the dusty window of the office. The room was dark, but I could make out the shape of the counter, the armchair, the ledger. My heart pounded with a mix of fear and adrenaline. I circled the building, looking for another way in or a way to get Silas's attention without alarming him. The back of the motel was even darker, shrouded in oppressive shadows. I could hear the faint drip of water somewhere, probably from a leaky pipe. As I rounded the corner, I noticed a small, separate structure behind the main office. It looked like an old shed or storage room. A thin plume of smoke drifted from a rusted stovepipe on its roof, and a faint, flickering light shone from a small, dirty window. That must be where Silas slept, or at least spent his nights. His private quarters. I crept closer, careful not to disturb the gravel. The smoke smelled of burning wood and that familiar, unsettling sweet decay. What was he burning? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I crept past the shed, careful to stay out of the sliver of light from its window. I could hear a low murmur inside, like someone talking to themselves, or perhaps someone else was with him. The thought made me freeze. Silas hadn't mentioned anyone else. I continued around the back of the office, looking for an unlocked window. All were old, grimy, and firmly shut. No easy way in. Frustrated, I leaned against the back wall of the office, trying to think. The note in my wallet felt like a burning coal against my leg. I couldn't give up. As I stood there, pressed against the rough, cold planks of the wall, I felt a faint vibration. A low hum coming from deep within the building. It wasn't an electrical hum. It was more organic, a low, resonant thrumming that seemed to vibrate through the very foundations of the motel. It felt alive. And then above the hum, a new sound, a faint, almost imperceptible groan like old wood straining, but it wasn't from the building. It sounded pained. My breath hitched. My flashlight was still clutched in my hand. I slowly raised it, pointing its beam down towards the foundation of the office. The light cut through the gloom, illuminating the cracked concrete foundation. And there, almost hidden by a tangle of weeds and an ancient, rusting HVAC unit, was a small, crudely boarded-up opening. It looked like an old crawl space entrance, secured with a few rotting planks, but the planks were loose, splintered at the edges. And from that opening, the metallic, sweet decay smell was much, much stronger, overwhelming almost, and the faint, pained groan. My mind reeled. This wasn't just a crawl space. This was a direct, horrifying link, the source of the smell, the source of the sounds. My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped the flashlight. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to turn and sprint back to my car, to drive until the sun rose and this nightmare was a distant memory. But the journalist in me, the one who sought truth, however ugly, pushed back. The note, the disappearances, this was it, the heart of the mystery. I had to see, I had to know. With trembling hands, I knelt down, pushing aside the weeds. The planks were indeed loose. I grabbed one, pulling it away with a soft crack of dry wood. Another, and then another. The opening was revealed, a dark, gaping maw leading into utter blackness. The smell intensified, a sickening blend of iron and something rottenly sweet that made my eyes water and my throat burn. The low hum vibrated up through the ground, into my very bones, and the groaning sound was clearer now, closer. My flashlight beam pierced the darkness, revealing a cramped earthen tunnel. It wasn't just a crawl space. It was a tunnel hand-dug narrow and winding downwards. The walls were uneven, rough earth, and everywhere on the dirt floor on the sides of the tunnel were dark, glistening stains, fresh ones and old, dried-up ones, reddish-brown like the handprint in my room. My stomach lurched. I covered my mouth, fighting back the rising bile. This was blood, so much blood. And then, at the very edge of my flashlight beam, something moved. A shape hunched in the darkness at the very end of the short tunnel. It was hard to make out, distorted by the shadows and the flickering light, but it looked human. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My mind screamed at me to close the opening, to run, to scream. But my eyes were glued to the sight, unable to tear away. The shape stirred again, emitting another low, guttural groan. It was definitely human. A figure bound and gagged, their heads slumped against the dirt wall. A surge of pure, unadulterated horror washed over me, stronger than any fear I had ever known. This wasn't just a ghost story. This wasn't just a cold case. This was an active crime scene, a torture chamber, and someone was still alive down there. And then I heard footsteps, heavy, deliberate footsteps approaching from the direction of Silas's shed. My blood ran cold. He knew, or he was coming to check. I had mere seconds. I had to choose, escape and potentially condemn the person in the tunnel, or try to help and risk everything. The groan from the tunnel was weaker now, almost a gasp. I made a split-second decision. I couldn't just leave, not with someone down there. I pushed myself through the small opening, scrambling into the narrow tunnel. The air was thick and foul, cloying in my lungs. My flashlight beam danced frantically, illuminating the horror around me. More stains, what looked like dried flakes of skin, and the overwhelming stench of decay and fear. "Hey," I whispered, my voice raw, to the huddled figure. "Hey, can you hear me?" The figure stirred, lifting their head slightly. In the faint light, I saw matted hair, a face streaked with dirt and blood, and wide, terrified eyes staring back at me. They were gagged so no sound came out, but their eyes pleaded. The footsteps were closer now, just outside the tunnel entrance. I could hear the distinct crunch of gravel. "Who's there?" A low, gravelly voice boomed from just above me. "Silas." My heart leaped into my throat. There was no time. I was trapped. I scrambled further into the tunnel, pulling the struggling figure towards me. They were weak, but they tried to help, their bound hands fumbling at my grasp. Silas's shadow loomed at the tunnel entrance, cast long and distorted by the distant moonlight. He must have seen the displaced planks. "Jensen, what in the blazes are you doing down there?" His voice was cold, laced with a terrifying edge I hadn't heard before. The friendly, albeit creepy, motel owner was gone, replaced by something far more sinister. I didn't answer, I just pulled harder, desperate to get the person out, to move deeper into the tunnel. "You shouldn't have gone looking, Mark," Silas said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Some things are best left buried, I warned you." The last thing I saw before Silas's massive figure completely blocked the tunnel entrance was the glint of metal in his hand. Not a gun, but a heavy, rusted crowbar. The moonlight glinted off its pitted surface, reflecting a cold, dead light. "Get out of there, Jensen," Silas snarled, his voice no longer gravelly but sharp like broken glass. He took a step forward, and his silhouette, massive and menacing, consumed the last vestiges of pale light from the entrance. The air in the tunnel grew instantly colder, heavier, saturated with the metallic decay and a new chilling scent, the stale smell of damp earth and trapped fear. I had no time to think, only react. The figure I was trying to pull free was surprisingly light, weakened by whatever ordeal they had suffered. Their eyes, wide with terror, pleaded with me, a desperate, silent scream. I knew with a certainty that froze my blood that if Silas reached us, it was over. Not just for the victim, but for me too. "Run," I choked out, a raw, ragged whisper pushing the figure ahead of me. The tunnel was too narrow to turn around properly. We had to move deeper away from Silas. The ground was uneven, slick with dampness and something viscous. My flashlight beam bounced wildly, illuminating the gruesome stains on the earthen walls, the disturbing debris on the floor, scraps of cloth, a broken piece of plastic, and what looked terrifyingly like a human tooth. The low, guttural hum that had vibrated through the foundation now resonated from deeper within the earth, a sound that seemed to pulse with a malevolent life. It was no longer just a hum. It was a rhythmic thump-thump, like a giant, slow heartbeat buried beneath us. Silas lunged, his hand reaching into the opening, grasping for my leg. His fingers, calloused and strong, clamped around my ankle. A jolt of agonizing pain shot up my leg as he yanked. I cried out, stumbling, dropping my flashlight. It clattered against the dirt floor, rolling a few feet ahead, its beam swinging wildly before settling on the face of the bound figure, illuminating their bruised and bloodied features. It was a young woman, no older than her mid-twenties, her mouth covered by a filthy rag, her eyes wide with a combination of pain and renewed, fleeting hope. "Mark, no," she tried to scream, but only a muffled grunt escaped her lips. I kicked back instinctively, my free foot connecting with something hard and unyielding. Silas grunted, his grip momentarily loosening. It was enough. I tore my ankle free, scrambling forward, pushing the young woman ahead of me. "Go, just go," I urged her, crawling blindly after the retreating flashlight beam. The tunnel, already suffocatingly dark, seemed to close in around me, the air thick with dust and the stench of blood. My lungs burned, my throat raw. Silas roared, a sound of pure rage and frustration, and I heard him begin to force his broad shoulders through the narrow opening. The old planks groaned and cracked under his weight. He wasn't giving up. I reached the flashlight, grabbing it, and pointed it forward. The tunnel continued, sloping downwards even more steeply, and then opened into a slightly larger circular chamber. The air here was even fouler, clinging to my skin like a shroud. The thump-thump of the buried heartbeat was louder, vibrating through the ground, through my very bones. In the center of the chamber stood a crude wooden structure, a sort of rickety altar or table covered in more dark, glistening stains. Around it on the dirt floor were scattered bones, not animal bones, human bones, femurs, ribs, vertebrae, bleached and dry but undeniably human. And amidst them, glinting in the frantic light, were scattered remnants of clothing, a tarnished watch, a broken earring, the possessions of the missing. A wave of absolute horror washed over me, stronger than any fear. This wasn't just a place of murder, it was a charnel house, a twisted shrine to the victims of the highway. The cold case wasn't just cold, it was a meticulously orchestrated horror that had been continuing for decades. "Oh God," I whimpered, my voice barely audible. The young woman stumbled, collapsing onto her knees amidst the bones, her face contorted in despair and renewed terror as she saw the gruesome scene. Her eyes, however, then flickered past the horror towards the opposite side of the chamber, where another narrow opening, almost hidden by shadows, led into even deeper darkness. Silas's grunts and curses echoed from the tunnel entrance behind us. He was almost through. I could hear the scraping of his boots against the dirt, the heavy drag of the crowbar. "We have to go," I hissed, grabbing the young woman's arm, trying to pull her up. She was too weak, too overwhelmed. "No, no use," she mumbled, the gag making her words almost incomprehensible. "He's everywhere." "He's not everywhere, he's behind us," I yelled, my voice cracking with desperation. "Help me." She flinched at my sudden outburst, but then a flicker of resolve entered her eyes. With a groan of effort, she pushed herself up, stumbling forward, following my lead towards the other opening. As we reached it, Silas burst into the chamber, crowbar in hand, his eyes, dark and murderous, locked onto us. "You're not going anywhere," he bellowed, his voice echoing off the earthen walls, thick with menace. He started towards us, moving with a surprising speed for a man of his bulk. The crowbar swung low, scraping against the ground. I shoved the young woman through the opening. Go, I'll try to slow him down. No, she cried, her eyes wide with terror. But I pushed her through anyway, turning to face Silas, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I had no weapon, no plan, just a desperate, foolish instinct to protect this stranger. Silas was almost upon me. The crowbar arced upwards. I threw myself to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. The crowbar slammed into the earth where I had been standing, sending up a spray of dirt and bones. The thump-thump vibrated wildly, as if the very ground was reacting to the violence. You nosy son of a bitch, Silas roared, swinging again. I ducked, feeling the whoosh of air as the heavy metal missed my head by inches. He was strong, driven by a primal, murderous rage. I scrambled backwards towards the second opening, but Silas was faster. He blocked my path, his chest heaving, his eyes alight with a terrifying madness. You shouldn't have seen what you saw, Jensen. Nobody was ever meant to see this. He raised the crowbar high above his head, ready for a killing blow. I closed my eyes, bracing for impact, the metallic decay scent filling my nostrils, the low, powerful thump-thump of the earth's heartbeat deafening in my ears. This was it. This was how I died, a statistic, another cold case on this godforsaken highway. But the blow never came. Instead, there was a sudden, piercing shriek. Not human, something guttural, ancient, and filled with a pain that vibrated through the very core of the earth. The thump-thump intensified, becoming a violent tremor, shaking the ground. Dust and loose earth rained down from the ceiling. Silas froze, his eyes wide with a different kind of fear, a primal, superstitious terror. He lowered the crowbar slowly, his gaze darting around the chamber. No, no, not yet, he muttered, his voice trembling. And then from the walls themselves, from the very earth, the scratching sounds began again. But this time they weren't faint. They were loud, insistent, frantic, like hundreds of tiny, unseen claws digging into the dirt, converging on the chamber. The sweet decay scent grew overwhelming, sickly, and with it a new smell, something like burnt sugar and raw meat. A low, collective whisper rose from the walls, a sound that was less like wind and more like 1,000 desperate, muffled voices breathing the same name, Silas. Silas clutched the crowbar, backing away slowly, his eyes wild. He seemed to shrink, the murderous rage replaced by a profound, debilitating fear. Leave me alone, I did what I was told, I brought you offerings, he screamed, his voice cracking. He sounded like a terrified child. The earth trembled violently. A crack appeared in the ceiling of the chamber, widening rapidly. A shower of dirt and pebbles rained down, and with it something else. Something dark and sinuous, like a thick, leathery vine, snaked down from the ceiling, slowly, deliberately. It was not a vine, it was an appendage. Thick, segmented, covered in coarse, black hairs and ending in a cluster of wickedly sharp, chitinous claws. It twitched, testing the air, then lashed out, quick as a whip, coiling around one of Silas's legs. Silas screamed, a genuine, high-pitched shriek of agony and terror, dropping the crowbar with a clang. The appendage tightened, digging its claws into his flesh, and began to drag him back, towards the crack in the ceiling. No, please, I brought them, they're fresh, the journalist, he's new, Silas pleaded, his voice hoarse, desperate, trying to bargain with whatever horror had awoken. He pointed a trembling finger at me. But the entity, whatever it was, ignored his plea. Or perhaps it had already chosen. The appendage tightened further, and more of them, thicker and darker, began to emerge from the widening cracks in the walls and ceiling, reaching for Silas, surrounding him like hungry serpents. I stood there, paralyzed, my eyes wide with unspeakable horror, watching Silas, the seemingly unhinged yet human killer, being consumed by something utterly alien and terrifying. He thrashed, he screamed, he clawed at the monstrous limbs, but it was useless. The appendages wrapped around his torso, his arms, his neck, pulling him inexorably upwards into the widening chasm above. His screams were abruptly cut short, replaced by a wet, tearing sound, and then silence. A horrifying, absolute silence, broken only by the distant, rhythmic thump-thump and the sound of dirt and debris settling. The appendages retracted, disappearing back into the cracks, leaving behind only the lingering stench of burnt sugar and raw meat, and a sticky, iridescent slime dripping from the ceiling. Silas was gone, utterly, completely gone. I stood there, gasping for air, trembling from head to toe, the flashlight still clutched in my hand. My mind struggled to process what I had just witnessed. Silas wasn't just a killer, he was an offering giver, a servant to something ancient and monstrous, something that resided beneath this desolate stretch of highway, beneath this motel of horrors. The disappearances, they weren't just murders, they were sacrifices. The young woman I had tried to save was gone, having slipped through the second opening during the chaos. I had to follow her, I had to get out of here. This place was alive and it was hungry. Adrenaline surged through me, replacing the paralyzing fear with a desperate urge to survive. I turned, scrambling towards the opening she had taken. The narrow passage was even darker than the previous one, dipping sharply downwards. I could hear the faint echo of her ragged breathing ahead of me. Wait, I whispered, my voice hoarse. Wait for me. I plunged into the darkness, my flashlight beam cutting a frantic arc. The tunnel twisted and turned, the air growing colder, damper, smelling of ancient earth and stagnant water. The thump-thump was still present, a low, relentless rhythm that seemed to follow me, resonating from the very ground beneath my feet. The tunnel eventually opened into a vast, cavernous space. My flashlight beam, weak and flickering, barely illuminated a fraction of it. It was a natural cave system, immense and echoing, with jagged stalactites hanging from a ceiling lost in shadow. A faint, eerie light emanated from somewhere far below, casting distorted shadows that danced like specters on the walls. The young woman was huddled against a large, craggy rock formation, shivering violently. Her eyes, still wide with terror, were fixed on the eerie light below. "Are you all right?" I whispered, crouching beside her, trying to keep my voice steady. She shook her head, unable to speak, her eyes pleading with me. I quickly fumbled with the dirty rag covering her mouth, pulling it away. It smelled faintly of something metallic. Who are you?" she rasped, her voice raw and weak. What was that thing?" "Mark Jensen, and I don't know, I've never seen anything like it," I admitted, my voice trembling. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head again, then winced, clutching her ribs. He beat me, but I'm alive for now." She looked at me, her gaze desperate. "My name is Alina. They took my friend." Her voice broke, a sob catching in her throat. "We were just passing through camping. He offered us a room. He seemed strange, but we were tired. Then he just attacked us." "How long have you been down here?" "Days, I don't know. He kept us in a cell. Then he brought me here to the tunnel." She shuddered, pulling her thin shirt tighter around her. "He said I was next, an offering." An offering? My blood ran cold again. Silas wasn't just a simple murderer, he was a supplier, and the entity beneath the motel was the consumer. "We have to get out of here, Alina," I said, my voice firm despite the terror. "Do you know where this goes?" I gestured into the vastness of the cave. She shook her head. "No, I saw another opening. I knew it had to be away from him." The faint, eerie light from below pulsed, casting a sickly green glow on the cave walls. The thump-thump was constant here, a deep, resonant vibration that pulsed through the very air, feeling more like a heartbeat than a distant sound. It was coming from deeper below, from the source of the light. "We can't go down there," I stated, a chilling certainty gripping me. The thought of that light, that heartbeat, filled me with an unspeakable dread. "We need to find another way out, up or out through the side." I started scanning the cave walls with my flashlight. The cave was immense, a natural labyrinth. There were smaller passages leading off in every direction like arteries from a monstrous heart. The air was heavy, damp, smelling of mineral deposits and something else, something faintly sweet, like the decay smell from the motel, but mixed with a mineral tang, an ancient, earthy musk. "My bag, my phone," Alina whispered, her voice still weak. "It's back in the room, room 3. Room 3, the room where I'd seen the brief flicker of light. That was her room. The journalist in me registered the detail, even in the midst of the chaos. "We're not going back for it," I said flatly. "We need to find an exit. Do you have any idea which way is out?" She looked around helplessly. "No, I was just running, away from him, away from that." She gestured vaguely towards where Silas had been consumed. "Okay," I said, taking a deep, shuddering breath, trying to force myself into a semblance of calm. Panic wouldn't help us. My journalistic training, which always demanded objective observation, was a faint, struggling voice against the screaming terror. "We need to pick a direction, north, south, east, west. Which way does the highway run from the motel?" Alina frowned, her brow furrowed in concentration, trying to recall. "I think the office was facing west, and my room was on the south side of the building, so the tunnel, it would be leading away southeast. So if we want to get back to the road, we need to go generally west or northwest," I mused, more to myself than to her. "This tunnel went pretty far in, so we're probably a good distance underground now." I looked around. The cave offered no clear direction. Every passage looked identical in the dim light, a gaping maw into more darkness. "Let's try this one," I decided, pointing my flashlight towards a passage that seemed to curve slightly upwards, hoping it might lead back towards the surface. "Stay close to me. Don't make a sound unless you absolutely have to." Alina nodded, her eyes fixed on my face, clinging to my words like a lifeline. She was scared, but she was listening. We moved slowly, cautiously deeper into the cave system. The passage was narrow in places, forcing us to squeeze through tight crevices, our shoulders scraping against the damp rock. The air grew colder, and a faint breeze, carrying the smell of ozone and wet stone, whispered through the tunnels, a promising sign. It meant there might be another opening somewhere. The thump-thump of the buried heartbeat grew fainter as we moved away from the main chamber, eventually receding to a low, barely perceptible thrum. That was a relief. But in its place, other sounds emerged from the labyrinthine darkness, the faint drip of water, the scuttling of unseen creatures, and sometimes a distant, echoing moan that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. Was it the wind or something else? We walked for what felt like hours, time losing all meaning in the subterranean darkness. My flashlight beam was growing weaker, the batteries slowly dying. Every flicker, every dimming of the light sent a fresh wave of panic through me. If we lost the light, we would be truly lost. Alina, despite her injuries and exhaustion, kept up, her silence a testament to her desperate will to survive. We communicated mostly through glances, through the shared tension in our bodies. Mark, she whispered suddenly, pulling on my sleeve, her voice barely audible. Look. I turned my flashlight to where she was pointing. Ahead, the tunnel opened into a slightly larger cavern, and from its ceiling not just stalactites but other forms hung down. Strange, pulsating sacs like enormous cocoons, translucent and shimmering faintly. They pulsed with a sickening internal light, a pale milky white, and from within them I could make out indistinct shapes, vaguely humanoid. My blood ran cold. This was not a natural formation. This was something engineered, something grown. Don't touch them, I whispered, my voice tight with terror. Just keep moving slowly. We skirted the edge of the cavern, avoiding the grotesque sacs, their faint internal light casting an unholy glow on the walls. As we passed them, a low collective sigh, like 100 sleeping beings exhaling at once, emanated from within the cocoons. The sweet decay smell was strong here, mixed with a sickly sweet, almost cloying perfume that made my head spin. This was too much. This was beyond anything I could have imagined. This wasn't just a simple murder case, it was a cosmic horror, an unspeakable terror lurking beneath the earth, feeding on human sacrifices. Sila's was just a pawn, a gatekeeper to something far older and more malevolent. What are those? Elena finally managed to whisper, her voice trembling. I don't know, I admitted, my voice hoarse, but I don't want to find out. We hurried through the chamber of cocoons, the soft, collective sighing echoing behind us, growing louder, almost mournful. I could feel a cold dread pressing in on me, a sense of being utterly out of my depth, facing something that defied all logic and reason. After what felt like an eternity, the passages began to narrow again and the air grew noticeably fresher. A thin, reedy draft of wind, smelling of pine and damp earth, whispered through the darkness. Hope, faint but persistent, flickered within me. Air, I breathed, a gasp of relief. Fresh air, we're close to the surface. Elena let out a shaky sigh, a tear tracking a clean path through the dirt on her cheek. We pressed on, urgency fueling our steps. The tunnel slanted upwards, becoming steeper and rockier. My flashlight beam was now barely a dim glow, a dying ember against the encroaching blackness. Finally, after one last, arduous scramble, we saw it, a faint grayish light ahead, not the direct light of the sun, but the muted glow of dawn filtered through some obscuring barrier. Daylight, I choked out, a raw emotional sound. We burst out of the tunnel, gasping, blinking in the weak pre-dawn light. We were in a small, rocky ravine, hidden from the main road by a cluster of gnarled junipers and towering rock formations. The air was frigid, crisp, and clean, a blessed antidote to the foul air of the tunnels. The sun was just beginning to peek over the distant horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of rose and violet. It was a beautiful, terrifying sight after the unrelenting darkness of the earth. I took a deep, shuddering breath, filling my lungs with the cold air, feeling the burn in my throat. Elena collapsed onto the rocky ground, sobbing silently, her body racked with tremors. We made it, I whispered, almost disbelieving. We made it out. But the relief was short-lived. My eyes scanned our surroundings. We were in the middle of nowhere. Endless scrubland stretched out in every direction, dotted with mesquite and ocotillo. The distant ribbon of old Route 17 was visible, a faint, dark line against the pale horizon. And far off, barely visible, silhouetted against the rising sun, was the distinctive, low-slung shape of the Oasis Motel. A dark stain on the landscape, a monument to the horrors we had just escaped. My car, it was still there in the gravel lot, a beacon of escape, albeit a distant one. We need to get to the car, I said, my voice firmer now. Can you walk? Elena pushed herself up, wincing but nodding. I have to. We started walking, stumbling at first, our muscles stiff and protesting after hours of crawling and climbing. Every step was agonizing, but the primal urge to put as much distance as possible between us and that motel propelled us forward. As we walked, I tried to make sense of everything. The entity beneath the earth, Sila's, its willing accomplice. The disappearances now revealed to be grotesque offerings. The note in my wallet, a desperate warning from a previous victim. The handprint in my room, the scratches, the sigh, it all clicked into place, a horrifying mosaic. My editor, I mumbled, half to myself. He won't believe this, no one will. You have to tell them, Elena said, her voice stronger now, a desperate urgency in her eyes. You have to, people need to know what's out there, what it did. I will, I promised, a fierce resolve hardening my journalistic instincts. I will, but first we need to get to safety. The walk felt endless. The sun rose higher, casting long shadows before us, the heat slowly beginning to prickle our skin. My body ached, my clothes were torn and filthy, covered in dirt and what I prayed was only mud. Elena looked even worse, her face bruised and streaked with dried blood, her eyes hollow, but a flicker of grim determination now shone in their depths. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we reached the perimeter of the motel lot. The rusted pickups were still there, silent and still. My sedan, my escape vehicle, gleamed faintly in the morning light. Stay low, I whispered to Elena, pulling her behind a large, skeletal mesquite tree at the edge of the lot. We need to be careful. Is there anyone else? She shook her head. Silas always worked alone. He was the only one. Her voice was laced with an undeniable terror, a knowledge that Silas was gone, but the source of the horror remained. The office door was still closed. No lights were on. The motel looked exactly as it had when I'd first arrived, a desolate, decaying monument to forgotten promises. Except now I knew the sinister truth hidden beneath its peeling paint. Okay, I breathed. We need to move fast. Get in the car, lock the doors, and don't look back. We crept across the gravel lot, our footsteps unnaturally loud in the silence. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every creak of the old building sent a jolt of panic through me. I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands trembling so violently I almost dropped them. The metallic click of the unlocked button sounded like a gunshot. Get in, I urged Alina, practically shoving her into the passenger seat. I scrambled into the driver's side, throwing my duffel bag and laptop into the back. The sweet decay smell was still faint in the air, a phantom clinging to the landscape. I jammed the key into the ignition, my heart pounding. Please start, please start. The engine turned over with a cough, then caught, sputtering to life. The sound was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and then spun it around, heading for the main road. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The Oasis Motel, squat and ugly, was receding into the distance, growing smaller with every passing second. And just as it was about to disappear from view, I saw it. A faint, iridescent shimmer, like oil on water, emanating from beneath the office. It pulsed once, a soft, sickening glow, then faded, leaving only the mundane, desolate landscape behind. It was a final, horrifying reminder that what we had escaped was real, and it was still there, waiting. I pressed the gas pedal harder, speeding down old Route 17, away from the motel, away from the horrors beneath. Alina was slumped in the passenger seat, sobbing softly, her body shaking uncontrollably. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, my eyes fixed on the road ahead. We drove in silence for a long time, the engine humming, the sun climbing higher in the sky. The terror slowly began to recede, replaced by a deep-seated weariness and a chilling sense of unreality. It couldn't have happened. It was a nightmare. But the dirt on our clothes, the lingering stench of decay, the bruises on Alina's face, they were all too real. Finally, after about an hour of driving, my phone, which I had forgotten about until then, suddenly pinged. 1 bar, then 2, signal. We were back in civilization, or at least its fringes. My phone, Alina whispered, her voice still hoarse. Do you have service? I nodded, grabbing my phone. Yeah, I have some bars. We need to call someone, the authorities, the police. I pulled over to the side of the road, the gravel crunching under the tires. My hands were still shaking as I opened my phone. But who to call? What could I possibly tell them? That a monstrous entity consumed people beneath a motel and its proprietor, Silas, was just its feeder. They would think I was insane. My family, Alina pleaded, tears streaming down her face again. Please call my family, they'll be worried sick. Of course, I said, handing her my phone. Her fingers were trembling as she dialed, her face a mask of relief and lingering horror. While she made her call, I pulled out my laptop from the backseat. No internet still. But the notes I had frantically typed last night, the photos of room 7, the crumpled, blood-stained note from behind the sink, they were all there. Concrete proof, evidence. I stared at the screen, at the words I had written, the terrifying account of my night in room 7. He's watching, always watching, can hear them, no escape. The walls, they whisper, they know. The others, where did they go? He said they left. Lies, I saw the words, once just a chilling mystery, now spoke of a profound and unspeakable terror. Alina finished her call, her face streaked with tears, but a faint smile touched her lips. They're coming. My sister, she's driving down from Austin. She'll pick us up at the Black Mesa Diner. Black Mesa Diner, the place Silas had mentioned, the place I had been trying to reach. Okay, I said, nodding. Good, that's good. What are we going to do, Mark? She asked, looking at me, her eyes reflecting the dawnlit horror. What do we tell them? I paused, thinking, my editor's words echoed in my mind. Don't come back without something worth printing. I had something terrifying, something unbelievable, something that would shake the foundations of their world. But how do you report on an eldritch horror that consumes human sacrifices? We tell them what happened, I said, a new steely resolve forming within me. Every single detail, we tell them about Silas, about the tunnel, about the things we saw. They might not believe us at first, but we have evidence, your injuries, the note, my photos, and we have each other as witnesses. Alina's gaze met mine, and in her eyes I saw a shared understanding, a silent pact forged in the crucible of unimaginable horror. We were survivors. We had seen the darkness beneath the world, and now we had to be its unwilling prophets. First, Black Mesa, I said, starting the car again, turning onto the old highway. Then we find a way to make them believe us. The drive to Black Mesa was tense. We kept scanning the rearview mirror, half expecting to see some grotesque manifestation of the horror we'd left behind. But the road remained empty, the scrubland desolate, and the rising sun, now fully above the horizon, painted the world in deceptively normal hues. When we finally reached Black Mesa, it was a ghost town, a collection of dusty, weather-beaten buildings baking in the early morning sun. The Black Mesa Diner, however, was open, a single flickering neon sign proclaiming its presence. I pulled into the gravel lot, the sight of a few parked cars, a normal sign of life, feeling like a blessing. As soon as I cut the engine, the silence, though not the suffocating silence of the motel, was still profound. Just the distant hum of power lines and the chirping of unseen crickets. We walked into the diner, our torn, filthy clothes and disheveled appearance drawing immediate, curious stares from the handful of patrons. A stout woman with a severe bun, wiping down the counter, looked up, her eyes widening. "Well, bless your hearts," she said, her voice gruff but not unkind. "Y'all look like you've been dragged through a cactus patch backward. What happened to you two?" Alina looked at me, a silent question in her eyes. It was time to start telling the story, time to start the impossible task of convincing the world of the truth behind the disappearances. "It's a long story," I said, my voice hoarse but steady, "and it started at the Oasis Motel." The woman's rag froze on the counter. Her eyes, which had been filled with a touch of pity, now held a flicker of something else. Recognition and something else, something like fear. "The Oasis," she repeated, her voice dropping, almost a whisper. She glanced around the diner as if checking if anyone else had heard. "Nobody stops at the Oasis, honey. Not anymore, not since Silas took over." "We did," Alina said, her voice surprisingly strong. "And we saw things, horrible things." The diner woman stared at us, her face paling. Then she looked at Alina's bruised face, at the dried blood on her clothes, at the raw terror still etched in our eyes, and something in her expression shifted. The fear remained, but something else joined it, a grim understanding. "Come on," she said, gesturing to a secluded booth in the back. "Sit down, I'll get you some coffee, hot, strong." She paused, her gaze lingering on us. "And then you tell me everything." Her voice was quiet but firm. We sank into the booth, the worn plastic surprisingly comfortable. The coffee arrived quickly, steaming in thick ceramic mugs. The bitter warmth was a small comfort, a grounding presence in the swirling chaos of my mind. As I began to speak, my voice at first trembling, then growing stronger with each recounted detail, I realized that the woman was listening intently, her eyes never leaving my face. She didn't interrupt, didn't scoff, didn't dismiss. She just listened, her face growing grimmer, her hands clenching tightly around her own coffee mug. When I finished detailing Silas's demise and the horrific discovery beneath the motel, she was silent for a long moment. Alina added her own account, confirming every terrifying detail, her voice shaking but resolute. "I knew it," the diner woman unified. "I knew it," the diner woman said, her voice quiet but firm, a chilling confirmation that sent a fresh wave of unease through me. Her eyes, dark and knowing, were fixed on mine. "I always knew there was something wrong with that place, with Silas. My name's Martha, by the way." Alina looked at Martha, her bruised face reflecting a fragile hope. You believe us." Martha sighed, a weary sound that seemed to carry the weight of years. She ran a hand over her severe bun, pushing stray wisps of hair back into place. "Believe, honey, this ain't the first time I've heard whispers about the Oasis, or about folks just disappearing along this stretch of road. Been happening for as long as I can remember, long before Silas even showed up." My journalistic instincts, sharpened by the night's horrors, kicked in. "What do you mean long before Silas?" I asked, leaning forward, ignoring the throbbing ache in my muscles. "How long has the Oasis been like that?" Martha picked up a rag and began wiping the already clean counter, her movements slow and deliberate. "That motel's been there since the early 50s, built by some fella who thought Route 17 was gonna be the next big thing. It never was, always a dead-end road, even with the traffic it used to get." She paused, her gaze distant, staring out the dusty window at the rising sun. "But the stories, they started even earlier, before the motel. Old-timers used to talk about it. Said this land was hungry, said things would just go missing, livestock, sometimes people if they strayed too far from the main trails. They'd call it the devouring earth." The devouring earth, the phrase sent a shiver down my spine, it fit too well. "So Silas wasn't the first," Alina whispered, her voice barely audible. "He wasn't the one who started it." Martha shook her head. "No, honey, Silas was just the latest. There was a woman before him, old Mrs. Henderson. She ran the Oasis for 40 years, a sweet old thing, but she had a strange glint in her eye sometimes. And she never let anyone stay in room 7, said it was reserved, always reserved. And when she finally up and vanished herself, leaving the motel to Silas, well, folks just shrugged. Figured she finally decided to go visit her sister in Arizona. But I always wondered." My mind raced, connecting the dots. Mrs. Henderson, Silas, the other missing innkeepers, they weren't just proprietors, they were caretakers, guardians, or perhaps more accurately feeders. They were all part of the same monstrous cycle. The handprint in room 7, was it Mrs. Henderson S., or someone even older? "Silas mentioned offerings before it took him," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "He said he brought them offerings, and that I was new." Martha nodded slowly, her face grim. Sounds about right. He was a peculiar man. Silas came out of nowhere with those scars, always smelled of something rank, sweet like dead flowers and iron. The same smell that used to drift sometimes from the motel even when Mrs. Henderson was there, mind you. But Silas, he just leaned into it, embraced it, you might say. She poured us fresh coffee, her movements automatic. There was a couple of state troopers years ago after those last disappearances you mentioned, Mark. Maxwell, the Miller's young Sarah Jenkins. They poked around, asked a lot of questions, even searched the motel grounds, but they found nothing. Silas was too smart, too careful. He knows how to keep things hidden. Or more likely, it knows how to keep things hidden. She cast a nervous glance towards the window, as if expecting the motel to rise up and look back at her. We found a tunnel, Alina interjected, her voice gaining a surprising strength. Underneath the office, that's where it was. It wasn't a natural crawl space. It was dug, and it led to an altar and bones, so many bones. She shuddered, a full-body tremor. And then to a vast cave system, with pods like cocoons with things inside. Martha's eyes widened, a flicker of something akin to awe mixing with the fear. A tunnel, you say? I always figured it was down, deep down. My grandfather, he used to say the earth here was hollow. That there were things living beneath, things that shouldn't see the light of day. Old legends, you know, but legends always got a grain of truth, don't they? I pulled out my phone, even though I knew the battery was low. We need to call the police and my editor. This is a story that has to be told, Martha. People need to know. Martha looked at my phone, then back at me. You can call, son, but they ain't gonna believe you, not really. They'll send some officers out. They'll look around. They might even find something if it allows them to. But they'll chalk it up to a deranged hermit, a serial killer. Silas, they won't believe the rest. They can't. Their minds just ain't built for it. Her words hit home with a cold, hard truth. I had just witnessed a man devoured by unseen, monstrous appendages. How do you put that in a police report? How do you publish that in a reputable newspaper? But we have evidence, I insisted, pulling out the crumpled note from my wallet. I carefully unfolded it, laying it on the table between our coffee mugs. He's watching, always watching, can hear them, no escape. The walls, they whisper, they know. The others, where did they go? He said they left. Lies, I saw. Martha leaned closer, her eyes scanning the faded, frantic handwriting. This is from room 7, ain't it? I nodded, tucked behind the sink, and I took photos of the room, the handprint, the scratches. Alina has her injuries. Martha picked up the note, her fingers tracing the frantic letters. This is powerful, son. This might just be enough to make them dig a little deeper, but the rest, the things you saw, that'll be harder. She handed the note back to me. Keep this safe, don't let it out of your sight. Just then the diner door chimed, and a woman burst in, her eyes wide with frantic relief when she spotted Alina. She was a few years older, with Alina's dark hair and intense eyes, but her face was pale with worry. Alina, oh my God, Alina, she cried, rushing over to our booth. Alina stood up, tears streaming down her face, and fell into her sister's arms. Sarah, I'm so glad you're here. Sarah held her tight, stroking her hair, her eyes scanning Alina's bruised face and torn clothes. What happened? Your phone went straight to voicemail. I've been calling all night. And the police, they said they had no reports of anything. I was going out of my mind. It's a long story, Sarah, Alina said, pulling back but keeping a firm grip on her sister's hands. This is Mark. He saved me. Sarah looked at me, her gaze suspicious, then her eyes softened slightly as she took in my own disheveled state. Thank you, she said, her voice tight with emotion. Thank you for helping her. What in God's name happened? We were at the Oasis Motel, I began, realizing I was about to repeat the impossible story. And it's not what it seems. Silas, he was a killer, and something else was there, something ancient. Sarah's eyes narrowed. The Oasis. Alina, I told you to avoid that place. Everyone knows it's a dump. What were you thinking? We were tired, Sarah, Alina retorted, her voice raw. And he seemed okay at first, just creepy. We had no idea. She then launched into an abridged version of the horrors, her voice cracking with emotion as she recounted the tunnel, the bones, and the monstrous entity. Sarah listened, her face growing paler and paler. She kept glancing from Alina's bruised face to mine, her eyes wide with a mixture of horror and disbelief. When Alina described Silas being pulled into the ceiling, Sarah gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Alina, honey, are you sure? Sarah finally managed, her voice trembling. It sounds like a nightmare. Did he drug you? No, Alina cried, tears welling up again. It was real, Sarah. Mark saw it too. He was right there. He was trying to save me. Sarah looked at me, her expression a desperate plea for reason. Mark, what exactly did you see? I took a deep breath. Everything she said and more. I have a note from another victim, evidence of a cover-up. The motel is built over something unspeakable, Sarah, something that's been taking people for decades. I pulled out my laptop, opening to the photos of room 7, showing her the handprint, the scratches. Then I pulled out the note again. Sarah stared at the note, her fingers brushing against the frantic handwriting. She swallowed hard, her eyes wide. This is insane, she whispered. I believe Alina was hurt, absolutely. And this note, but a monster in the ground, Silas being eaten. Her voice trailed off, unable to form the words. We know it sounds impossible, I said, trying to keep my voice calm and rational. But we were there, both of us. We need to report this to the state police, to the FBI if we have to. Martha, who had been listening silently, cleared her throat. You go ahead and call the police, Mark. There's a precinct a few towns over in San Angelo, but I'm telling you, they won't be ready for this. I nodded, grabbing my phone. I found the number for the San Angelo Sheriff's Department and dialed. My heart pounded as the phone rang, each ring a drumbeat against the silence of the diner. A gruff voice answered. San Angelo Sheriff's Department, Deputy Miller speaking. Deputy, my name is Mark Jensen, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, professional. I'm a journalist. I'm calling to report a homicide, a potential mass grave, and a series of disappearances connected to the Oasis Motel on Old Route 17. There was a long silence on the other end. Then Deputy Miller chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. The Oasis Motel, you say, and you're a journalist. You wouldn't be trying to drum up some spooky story for a Halloween edition, would you, son? No, Deputy, this is very real. I was attacked by the motel owner, Silas, who was then consumed by an entity beneath the building. There's a victim here with me, Alina. She was held captive for days. We found human remains and evidence of something truly horrifying. Another pause. All right, Mr. Jensen, slow down. Consumed by an entity, you're telling me you saw a monster eat a man. His tone was laced with heavy skepticism, bordering on mockery. Yes, sir, I know how it sounds. But I have a witness, physical evidence, and a note from a previous victim found in room 7. I also have photos. Photos of what, Mr. Jensen? A blurry Bigfoot. Look, I'm sending a patrol car out to the motel to do a wellness check on this Sila's character. And I'm sending another unit to your location, the Black Mesa Diner, to pick you and this victim up. We'll take a statement, but I warn you, if this is some kind of hoax, you'll be facing charges. It's not a hoax, Deputy, I said, my voice firm. Just get here, please. I hung up, my hands shaking. They're sending a car, I told Alina and Sarah, and they're sending a unit to the motel, but he sounds skeptical. Sarah looked dismayed. Of course he's skeptical, who wouldn't be? Alina, we should go to a hospital. You're hurt, you need medical attention. She's right, I agreed. When the police get here, you both need to insist on getting Alina to the nearest hospital. I'll stay and give my statement. Alina nodded, her body still trembling, but her eyes held a spark of defiance. I'll tell them everything, Mark, every single detail. We waited. The air in the diner felt heavy with unspoken fear and growing anticipation. Martha poured us more coffee, her face unreadable. Other patrons, having discreetly listened to our conversation, shifted nervously, some whispering to each other, others hurrying to pay their bills and leave. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only 20 minutes, 2 sheriff's vehicles pulled into the diner's lot. 2 deputies entered, their faces serious. One, a burly man with a neatly trimmed mustache, looked directly at me. Mr. Jensen. Yes, Deputy, I replied, standing up. Alina and Sarah stood beside me. I'm Deputy Miller. This is Deputy Chavez. We understand you have a rather unusual report for us. His gaze swept over Alina, lingering on her bruises, a flicker of professional concern finally cutting through his skepticism. Yes, sir, I began, and then for the third time I started to recount the harrowing events of the night. Alina interjected, adding details, confirming my story. Sarah, despite her own lingering disbelief about the supernatural elements, backed us up on Alina's injuries and the desperate calls. I showed them the crumpled note, my photos. Deputy Miller's expression grew progressively grimmer, though the initial smirk of disbelief had vanished entirely. Deputy Chavez, younger and quieter, listened intently, his hand resting on his sidearm. When we finished, Deputy Miller sighed, a long, weary sound. All right, a patrol unit is already at the Oasis Motel. They're reporting nothing out of the ordinary, Mr. Jensen. The place looks abandoned. The office is locked up tight. No signs of forced entry and no sign of Silas. My heart sank. What? That's impossible. He was just there. The tunnel entrance was clearly visible. Well, it isn't now, according to Deputy Rodriguez, Miller stated, flipping through a small notepad. He says the back of the building is just weeds and some old HVAC units. Nothing boarded up. Nothing that looks like a tunnel entrance. They're lying, Alina cried, her voice choked with outrage. Or it covered it up. It can do that. It's alive. Deputy Miller held up a hand. Miss, I understand you're distressed and your injuries are concerning. We'll get you to the hospital immediately. Deputy Chavez will take you and your sister to San Angelo Memorial. You'll get checked out and then we'll take a more formal statement there. He looked at me. Mr. Jensen, I'll need you to come back to the station with me. We have a lot more to discuss. I felt a cold dread settle in my stomach. It covered it up just as Martha had predicted. The entity was intelligent. It was protecting itself, erasing the evidence. You have to go back to room 7, I urged. The handprint, the scratches, they were still there this morning. Deputy Miller nodded slowly. Deputy Rodriguez has been instructed to thoroughly search the premises, including any occupied rooms. He hasn't reported anything like that yet, but we'll see. As Alina and Sarah left with Deputy Chavez, Alina's eyes met mine, a desperate, unspoken promise passing between us. We wouldn't let them dismiss this. The ride to the San Angelo Sheriff's Department was silent. Deputy Miller drove, occasionally glancing at me in the rearview mirror, his face a mask of professional skepticism, but tinged with a flicker of something else, curiosity perhaps, or a nascent doubt. At the station, I was led into a small, sterile interrogation room. A single fluorescent light hummed above, casting harsh shadows. I repeated my story in agonizing detail to Deputy Miller and a detective who introduced herself as Detective Ramirez, a sharp-eyed woman with a no-nonsense demeanor. They listened, taking copious notes, their faces giving away nothing. I showed them the note again, handing it over this time, insisting they analyze it for DNA or fingerprints. I tried to transfer my photos from my camera to their computer, but the old digital SLR's connection seemed to be faulty, refusing to sync. Another hurdle. When I finished, Detective Ramirez leaned forward, her elbows on the table, her gaze piercing. "Mr. Jensen, we appreciate your cooperation. This is a very serious accusation, and your story, well, it's certainly unique." "It's the truth," I insisted, my voice raw with exhaustion and frustration. "I wouldn't make this up." "We're looking into the background of Silas Thorne, the motel owner you described," she continued, ignoring my interjection. "So far, his records are pretty sparse. He bought the motel about 20 years ago from a Mrs. Agnes Henderson who vanished without a trace shortly after the sale. That aligns with your timeline for some of the disappearances you mentioned. We do have cold cases from this region, as you know. Robert Maxwell, the Millers, Sarah Jenkins. But linking them to an entity that devours people, that's a stretch, Mr. Jensen." "The tunnel," I pressed. "It was there behind the office. The planks were loose. I saw it. Alina saw it." "Deputy Rodriguez reports no such tunnel entrance," Detective Ramirez reiterated, her voice flat. "The back of the building is sealed as far as he can tell, no signs of any recent disturbance. And as for room 7, he described it as dusty, derelict, but otherwise empty. No handprint, no scratches, no disturbing marks on the walls." My blood ran cold. It was actively covering its tracks. It was sentient, intelligent, and powerful enough to alter reality, or at least the appearance of it, to normal human eyes. "It's erasing the evidence," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "It knows we exposed it." Detective Ramirez raised an eyebrow, a hint of exasperation in her eyes. "Mr. Jensen, with all due respect, we're dealing with facts here, and the facts, as reported by our officer on the scene, do not support your more fantastical claims. We'll process this note for evidence, and we'll follow up on Alina's statement and injuries. We'll also look into Silas Thorne's property more thoroughly, based on your allegations of human remains. But I can't promise we'll find anything that aligns with your story of a devouring entity." I spent the next few hours answering questions, reiterating details, drawing diagrams of the tunnel and the chamber. My story, despite my best efforts to keep it grounded in fact, sounded increasingly insane even to my own ears. The lack of corroborating evidence at the motel was crippling. Finally, they let me go, but not without a stern warning about fabricating police reports. As I left the station, the afternoon sun was high in the sky, glaring down with an almost mocking brightness. The real world seemed to mock the horrors I had witnessed. I immediately called my editor, Mr. Thompson. He answered on the second ring, his voice crisp and impatient. "Jensen, what's the word? You got anything for me? Don't tell me you found another ghost story." "Mr. Thompson," I said, my voice hoarse, "I have the biggest story of my career. It's about the Oasis Motel and the cold cases. It's not just a ghost story, it's something else. Silas, the owner, was a serial killer, but he was also a sacrifice giver to something ancient living beneath the motel. I saw it, Mr. Thompson. I saw it consume him." There was a moment of stunned silence on the other end. Then Mr. Thompson let out a long, slow breath. "Mark, I sent you out there to get a grounded, investigative piece on a cold case, maybe some local color, not a pulp horror novel. What are you talking about? Consume him? Are you all right? Have you been sleeping?" "I'm fine, Mr. Thompson. I'm exhausted, but I'm telling you the truth. I have a witness, a young woman named Alina. She was held captive there, and I have physical evidence, a note from another victim, my photos from room 7. Although the police are saying they found nothing at the motel." "The police found nothing," Mr. Thompson repeated, skepticism rising in his tone. "Mark, you know how this works. Without corroborating evidence, especially from official sources, this is just conjecture. Wild conjecture, a fever dream, frankly." "It's not conjecture, it's reality. I saw bones, Mr. Thompson, human bones, an altar, and something that pulled Silas into the ground." All right, calm down, Mark," he said, his voice firm, tinged with concern. "You sound like you've been through hell. Go to the hospital, get checked out, get some rest. Then I want you to come back to the office. We'll talk this through. Bring whatever evidence you have. We'll review it. But I can tell you now, unless you have some undeniably solid proof of this entity, we're not running with a story about a subterranean monster." We'll focus on the serial killer angle, if the police ever find Silas's body or confirm the mass grave. I hung up defeated. Martha was right, they weren't ready, they couldn't conceive of it. The truth was too horrifying, too outside the bounds of their reality. I needed to see Alina. I drove to San Angelo Memorial Hospital. Sarah met me in the waiting room, her face still pale but with a new determination in her eyes. "They're treating Alina for dehydration, malnutrition, and multiple contusions," she said, her voice tight. "She's going to be okay physically eventually. Mentally, that's another story. She keeps having flashbacks, but she's sticking to her story, Mark, every word." "And the police?" Detective Ramirez took a long statement from her. "They seem to believe she was genuinely held captive and they're taking her injuries seriously. But as for Silas being eaten by a thing, they're being very careful with their questions. They keep trying to find a rational explanation, like Silas had accomplices or he had some kind of elaborate mechanism to dispose of bodies." "They found nothing at the motel, did they?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Sarah shook her head. "Nothing. Deputy Chavez came back, said the place was deserted. No tunnel, no bones, no handprint in room 7. It's like it was never there." "It was," I said, my voice grim. "It just knows how to hide or how to make people disbelieve their own eyes." "We can't let them sweep this under the rug, Mark," Sarah said, her eyes blazing with a fierce protectiveness. "What if it happens to someone else? What if it's still there, waiting?" "It is still there," I confirmed. "And we won't let them forget it, but we need more. We need undeniable proof that even the most skeptical mind can't dismiss." We visited Alina in her hospital room. She was hooked up to an IV, looking frail and exhausted, but a fierce glint of resolve shone in her eyes when she saw me. "They don't believe us, do they?" she whispered, her voice weak. "Not completely," I admitted. "Not the part about the entity, but they believe you were held captive. They're investigating Silas as a missing person suspected of foul play. They're treating your injuries seriously. That's a start." "It's not enough," Alina said, her voice firm despite her physical weakness. "It's not enough to stop it. It's still there, Mark. I can almost feel it, that heartbeat." I sat on the edge of her bed, my own weariness catching up to me. "I know, and we're not giving up, but we need a plan, a way to get proof." Alina closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them, a new thought flickering in their depths. "My phone, my bag, it's still at the motel, in room 3. Maybe there's something in there. My phone might have location data, or something I recorded." My heart skipped a beat. She was right. We had been so focused on escape, on survival, we hadn't thought about her personal belongings. A phone, a bag, they could be invaluable. "The police searched the rooms," I reminded her. "They said they found nothing." "But they weren't looking for my stuff," she countered, her voice gaining strength. "They were looking for a body, for a tunnel entrance. Maybe they didn't even go into room 3 properly, or maybe it didn't bother with my personal effects. It knew I was in the tunnel, not the room." It was a long shot, a desperately dangerous one, but it was our only lead. "We can't go back there, Alina," Sarah said, her voice firm. "It's too dangerous. What if it's waiting? What if it's stronger now?" "We have to, Sarah," Alina insisted, her eyes fixed on mine. "If we want anyone to believe us, we need more. My phone, it might have something, anything, a photo, a video, a location ping. Anything to prove Silas wasn't just a psycho, but that thing was real." I looked at Alina, then at Sarah. The logic was undeniable, however terrifying the prospect. We needed proof, undeniable, tangible proof. "She's right," I said, sighing. "We need to go back, but not alone, not without a plan." Sarah looked horrified. "Mark, you can't be serious, after everything you both just went through." "It's the only way, Sarah," I reiterated, a grim determination settling over me. "The police won't dig deeper without something concrete. My editor won't print the real story. We need to go back, retrieve Alina's belongings, and if possible, get more definitive proof of what's beneath that motel." "But how?" Sarah asked, her voice laced with desperation. "The police have already been there, they're watching it probably, and what about it?" "We wait," I said, thinking aloud, my journalistic mind already formulating a strategy. "We wait until nightfall again. We go in discreetly, and we go prepared." "Prepared for what, Mark?" Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper. "For a monster." I didn't have an answer for that. How do you prepare for a cosmic horror? But I knew we couldn't just abandon Alina's quest for truth, not after what she'd endured, not after what we'd both seen. "We need equipment," I continued, ignoring her question. "Stronger flashlights, a proper camera, something to record audio, and maybe something to defend ourselves with. Not that anything would work against it, but it might make us feel better." Sarah stared at me, then at Alina, then back at me. A weary resignation mixed with a fierce protectiveness for her sister settled on her face. "All right," she said, her voice barely audible. "But if we do this, we do it my way, no heroics, and if anything feels wrong, we pull out, immediately." "Agreed," I said, relieved. I knew Sarah's caution would be vital. Alina gave us a weak, grateful smile. "Thank you, both of you." The rest of the day was a blur of planning. I tried to get some rest, but sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Sela's being consumed, the terrifying appendages, the pulsating cocoons in the cave. Sarah, despite her fear, proved to be incredibly resourceful. She managed to gather a few essential items: heavy-duty flashlights, fresh batteries, a sturdy backpack, and even a small, expandable baton from her car's emergency kit. Not much, but better than nothing. She also borrowed her friend's old digital camcorder, hoping it might capture something my still malfunctioning camera couldn't. We decided to wait until late that night after the moon had set to minimize visibility. Deputy Miller had mentioned that they were doing regular patrols of the Route 17 stretch, but they wouldn't be stationing anyone at the motel unless they found more evidence. We had to be quick, quiet, and efficient. As dusk began to settle over San Angelo, casting long, purple shadows, a profound sense of dread began to creep in. Going back to the Oasis Motel felt less like an investigation and more like a return to the mouth of hell. But the alternative, letting the horror continue unchecked, letting the memory of Silas's victims fade into the desert wind, was unacceptable. Elena was still in the hospital recovering, but her unwavering determination fueled ours. We were doing this for her and for all the others. Sarah drove us towards the motel. The landscape grew progressively darker, more desolate as we left the outskirts of San Angelo. The familiar scrubland stretched out endlessly, punctuated by skeletal mesquite trees that seemed to claw at the darkening sky. "Are you sure about this, Mark?" Sarah asked, her voice tight, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. She cast a nervous glance at my face. "It's not too late to turn back." I looked out the window at the encroaching darkness. The memory of the low, resonant thump-thump still echoed in my bones. The metallic decay smell seemed to cling to my clothes, a phantom stench. "No," I said, my voice firm. "It's not. We have to do this." We approached the motel from a different direction this time, taking a dirt track that led around the back, hoping to avoid any potential patrol cars on Route 17. The air grew colder, the wind picking up, rustling through the dry brush like a chorus of whispers. When the motel finally came into view, silhouetted against the last vestiges of twilight, it looked even more menacing than before. A dark, squat shape, a scar on the face of the earth, emanating a palpable sense of malevolence. No lights, no cars. It was utterly still, utterly silent, waiting. We parked the car a good half-mile away, hidden behind a cluster of dense junipers. The moon had not yet risen, and the stars, bright and numerous in the desert sky, cast an eerie, silvery glow that barely pierced the profound darkness surrounding the motel. "Stay close," I whispered to Sarah, checking my flashlight and making sure the camcorder was secure in her backpack. She carried the baton. I had a heavy wrench I'd found in my trunk, a pathetic excuse for a weapon, but better than nothing. We moved stealthily across the uneven terrain, our footsteps muffled by the soft earth and dry leaves. The familiar sweet decay smell was faint at first, then grew stronger, wrapping around us, filling our nostrils with its sickening perfume. It was here, it was waiting. As we neared the motel, I scanned the windows, the doors. Everything was dark, quiet, too quiet. "Room 3, I whispered, pointing towards the third door from the office. That was Alina's room. We crept along the side of the building, hugging the grimy walls, our hearts pounding. Every creak of the old structure, every rustle of the wind, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. When we reached room 3, I tried the doorknob, locked of course. "Do you think Sila's had a master key for all the rooms?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "Probably," I mumbled, "but we don't have it, we need to force it." I pulled out the wrench, feeling its cold, heavy weight in my hand. With a desperate heave, I slammed it against the door handle. The old wood groaned, a loud, grating sound that echoed through the stillness of the night. My heart leaped into my throat. "Quiet," Sarah hissed, her eyes darting around frantically. I hit it again, harder this time. The old lock gave way with a splintering crack, and the door swung inward, revealing a gaping maw of darkness. A wave of the metallic decay smell washed over us, stronger here, almost suffocating. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, illuminating a room identical to room 7 in its squalor, but somehow even more unsettling because of its association with Alina's abduction. "Stay outside and keep watch," I instructed Sarah, my voice low. "If you see anything, anything at all, make a sound, any sound, and be ready to run." Sarah nodded, her face pale, but her camcorder clutched tight. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the darkness beyond the doorway, her small baton held ready in her other hand. "Be careful, Mark," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. I pushed into the room, my flashlight beam cutting a shaky path through the gloom. The air was thick, heavy with the cloying sweetness of decay mingled with dust and stale air. It was a mirror image of room 7, though marginally cleaner in its desolation. A stained, threadbare carpet covered the floor, a single sagging bed occupied one wall, and a small, rickety nightstand stood beside it. A broken mirror hung precariously over a cracked, yellowed sink in the corner. "Alina's bagged her phone," I muttered, my eyes darting around. The bed was stripped bare, the mattress stained, The nightstand was empty. I moved quickly, my heart hammering against my ribs, driven by a desperate urgency. I pulled open the single drawer in the nightstand. It was empty. I kicked at the dusty curtains, hoping a bag might be hidden behind them. Nothing. "Check the bathroom," I called out to Sarah, who had hesitantly stepped just inside the doorway, her flashlight beam sweeping nervously across the floor. She edged towards the small, grimy bathroom, her camcorder still held up, recording every shaky movement. "Nothing here," she reported, her voice strained. "Just a toilet and a shower curtain covered in mildew." My flashlight beam found the small, built-in closet. I yanked open the flimsy wooden door. It was empty save for a few wire hangers. Panic began to rise. Had the police really found nothing? Or had it taken Alina's things too? "Could it be under the bed?" Sarah suggested, her voice barely audible over the pounding in my ears. I dropped to my knees, my flashlight beam piercing the darkness beneath the bed. Dust bunnies, cobwebs, and a few indeterminate pieces of trash were all that lay there. No bag, no phone. A wave of frustration washed over me, mingling with the fear. This was our only lead, our one chance at irrefutable proof if it was gone. "Wait," Sarah said, her voice suddenly sharper. "Mark, look over there." She pointed her flashlight towards the far corner of the room, near the window. My beam followed hers. Tucked partially behind a long, dusty curtain that covered the window, almost camouflaged against the grime of the wall, was a dark shape. Alina's duffel bag. A surge of relief, potent and immediate, flooded through me. Got it. I scrambled over, pulling the bag out from its hiding place. It was a simple canvas bag, slightly damp and smelling faintly of mildew but otherwise intact. I unzipped it frantically. Inside, amidst a few crumpled clothes, a half-eaten granola bar, and a paperback novel, was Alina's phone. It was a newer model iPhone, slim and dark. I fumbled with it, pressing the power button. The screen flickered to life, low on battery but alive. The lock screen showed a picture of Alina and Sarah smiling, their arms around each other. "Yes," I breathed a triumphant gasp. "It's here and it's on." "Check for anything," Sarah urged, stepping closer, her camcorder still recording, aimed at the phone in my hand. "Anything at all." I quickly went through the recent apps. Messages, calls, then I saw it, the camera roll and a video icon. My thumb trembled as I tapped it. A shaky video began to play. It was dark, blurry, but recognizable. The low-lit interior of room 3 filmed from a low angle as if it had been dropped. The sound of shuffling, then a man's voice, rough and low. "Silas." "Gotcha, little bird," Silas's voice rasped from the phone's speakers. "Thought you could get away, did ya? Nobody leaves the oasis without my say-so." The video cut out abruptly, then a new clip started. This one was even darker, the sound muffled. It showed a brief, dizzying sweep of something dark and cavernous. I recognized the rough-hewn walls of the tunnel just before the main chamber. Then the video went black again, accompanied by a faint, distant thump-thump. "She must have dropped it when he grabbed her," I whispered, my voice filled with a grim satisfaction. "And it recorded the tunnel as he dragged her away." "It's not much," Sarah said, her voice still tight with fear but a flicker of hope in her eyes. "But it's something, it's proof she was here, and that she was in a tunnel." "It's more than something, Sarah," I corrected, a fierce resolve hardening my voice. "It's solid. This proves she was here and it confirms the existence of the tunnel. This is the evidence the police need to believe her capture was real. And if we can link it to the tunnel and the cold cases, then the rest might just start to make sense." Just as I finished speaking, a low groan echoed from somewhere beneath the floorboards. It was a deep, resonant sound, like an old building settling, but imbued with something living, something ancient and malevolent. The very air around us seemed to thicken, the sweet decay smell intensifying, becoming cloying, almost suffocating. My heart leaped into my throat. The thump-thump that had receded in the cave now pulsed again, faintly at first, then growing stronger, vibrating through the dusty floorboards. "Did you hear that?" Sarah whispered, her eyes wide, her camcorder trembling in her hands. "Yes," I breathed, my hand involuntarily tightening around Alina's phone. "It knows we're here." The groan came again, louder this time, accompanied by a sickening squelching sound as if something vast and wet was shifting beneath us. The air grew colder, even as the metallic tang of blood joined the sweet decay, a fresh, sickening note. "We need to go," Sarah urged, her voice high with panic. "Now, Mark, before it." Suddenly, the entire floor of the room beneath us shuddered violently. A thin crack snaked across the ceiling, releasing a shower of plaster dust. The thump-thump grew deafening, vibrating through our bones, shaking the very foundations of the motel. "Run," I yelled, shoving Alina's phone and bag into my backpack. We turned and bolted, scrambling out of room 3. As we burst into the night, the ground beneath our feet began to heave. Cracks spiderwebbed across the gravel lot, dust pluming into the air. From beneath the ground, directly beneath the office, a low, guttural roar erupted. It wasn't an animal sound, it was something ancient, something that defied biological classification, a sound born of earth and raw, predatory hunger. Then from the spot where the iridescent shimmer had been visible that morning, the ground truly broke open. Not just a crack, but a massive fissure, ripping through the gravel and asphalt, widening with sickening speed. And from that gaping maw, something began to emerge. It wasn't the amorphous blob I had seen consume Silas. This was something different, or perhaps a different part of the same monstrous entity. Thick, black, glistening tendrils like colossal slimy ropes erupted from the earth. They thrashed wildly, their tips tapering into barbed, chitinous hooks that glinted in the faint starlight. They writhed, seeking, tasting the night air, emanating that cloying, metallic stench in waves. The sight stole my breath, freezing me in place. It was like something out of a cosmic nightmare, impossibly huge, impossibly vile. "Mark, move!" Sarah screamed, grabbing my arm, her voice snapping me out of my trance. We ran, we didn't look back. The ground continued to rumble, the tendrils lashing out, tearing at the air, smashing against the motel walls. The air was filled with a chorus of groans and wet, slapping sounds as the appendages moved. We scrambled over the broken ground, across the empty, desolate expanse of the motel lot, towards the safety of the mesquite trees where we'd parked the car. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the primal fear propelled me forward. Sarah was just ahead, her small form a blur in the darkness. Behind us, the motel groaned again, a sound of utter destruction. I risked a glance over my shoulder. In the dim starlight, I saw one of the massive tendrils wrap around the entire office building. With a terrifying crunch of breaking wood and shattering glass, it began to squeeze. The old structure groaned, shrieked, then crumpled inward, collapsing like a house of cards. The office, the gateway to the horrors below, was being destroyed, consumed. The entity was either closing off its portal or preparing to fully emerge. "It's coming down," I gasped, my voice hoarse. "The whole building." We reached the sparse cover of the junipers, our car a dark shape beyond. Sarah fumbled with the keys, her hands shaking so violently she dropped them in the dry leaves. "Damn it!" she cried, tears of frustration and terror streaming down her face. I dropped to my knees, frantically sweeping my flashlight beam across the ground. The thump-thump was relentless now, accompanied by the sounds of the motel's destruction, a symphony of terror. "Found them," I yelled, snatching the keys. I fumbled them into the ignition, the engine sputtering to life after a frantic turn. "Get in," I yelled, pushing Sarah into the passenger seat. I slammed the door, threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and spun out onto the dirt track. My foot found the accelerator, flooring it. The old sedan lurched forward, bumping wildly over the uneven terrain, heading away from the nightmare. As we sped down the dirt track, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The Oasis Motel was no more. Where the office and a few rooms had stood, there was now a gaping crater, a churning vortex of dust and debris illuminated by the faint glow of the stars. And from its depths, the enormous black tendrils still thrashed, reaching, clawing at the empty night sky. It was gone, the physical structure was obliterated, but the entity was still there, vast and unseen, churning beneath the earth. And it knew we had seen it, it knew we had proof. We drove in stunned silence for a long time, the camcorder still running in Sarah's lap, recording the sounds of our ragged breathing and the thrum of the engine. The terror, though receding, left a hollow ache in my chest, a chilling certainty that our lives would never be the same. The sun was just beginning to streak the eastern horizon with the first pale hues of dawn when we finally reached the outskirts of San Angelo. The mundane sight of streetlights and distant houses felt like a fragile shield against the cosmic horror we had just escaped. I pulled into a gas station, the first one we saw. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn off the engine. "Are you okay?" I asked Sarah, my voice raw. She just nodded, her face still pale, her eyes wide and haunted. She held the camcorder tight, as if it were the only anchor to reality. "We got it, Sarah," I whispered, pulling Alina's phone and bag out of my backpack. "We got Alina's phone, and your camcorder was running, right?" She nodded again, a tear tracking a clean path through the grime on her cheek. "It was, I don't know how much it actually captured in the darkness, and I was so scared, Mark, I thought we weren't going to make it." "We did," I said, a grim sense of triumph mixing with the lingering terror. "We did, and now they have to believe us." We drove straight back to San Angelo Memorial Hospital. Alina's sister Sarah had called her from the car, explaining in frantic, hushed tones that they had retrieved her bag and had witnessed something terrifying. Alina was already awake, anxiously awaiting our arrival. We burst into her room, looking even worse than we had the previous morning. Our clothes were torn and filthy, covered in dust and grit from the motel's destruction. Our faces were streaked with dirt and exhaustion, our eyes wide and bloodshot. Alina, despite her IV and her own fragile state, gasped when she saw us. "What happened? You look even worse than before." "The motel's gone," I blurted out, my voice still hoarse. "It collapsed, the whole office, something pulled it down, consumed it, we almost didn't make it out." Sarah, tears in her eyes, rushed to Alina's side. "It was horrifying, Alina. Mark is right, it's real, that thing under the ground, we saw it." I pulled Alina's phone from my backpack. Here, we got your phone, and Sarah's camcorder was recording. We have proof. Alina's trembling fingers took her phone. She navigated to the camera roll, her eyes scanning the new video clip. The shaky, dark footage, the low growl of Sela's, the brief, disorienting glimpse of the tunnel, then the distant thump-thump. This is it, she whispered, a grim satisfaction in her voice. This is proof, this is undeniable. Next, we played Sarah's camcorder footage. It was mostly dark, shaky, and chaotic, but the audio was clearer. We could hear my frantic shouts, Sarah's terrified gasps, the sickening groans and squelching sounds from beneath the motel, and then the crescendo of the building collapsing, punctuated by the horrific guttural roar of the entity. The final shots, though blurry, showed the motel collapsing into a churning vortex, with dark, glistening tendrils writhing in the crater. Alina watched it, her face a mixture of horror and vindication. Oh my God, she breathed. This is what they need to see, this is what they need to hear. We spent the next hour reviewing the footage, trying to make sense of the chaos, identifying key moments, and discussing our next steps. Alina insisted on calling Detective Ramirez again immediately. They have to see this, she said, her voice stronger now, fueled by a fierce determination. They can't ignore it now. I agreed. With Alina's phone and the camcorder footage, the game had changed. This wasn't just my word against theirs, or even two witnesses against an uncooperative sheriff's department. This was hard evidence, albeit terrifying and difficult to comprehend. Detective Ramirez arrived quickly, her expression guarded but alert. She listened patiently as Alina, Sarah, and I recounted the night's events for the fourth time. When we presented the phone video and the camcorder footage, her professional demeanor began to crack. She watched the camcorder footage twice, her eyes wide, her brow furrowed in concentration. The raw, guttural roar from the entity, the sound of the motel collapsing, the blurry but undeniable sight of the writhing tendrils, it was unsettling, even for a seasoned detective. This is highly disturbing, she admitted, her voice low. The audio alone and the visible destruction of the motel, Deputy Rodriguez did report the entire structure has collapsed into a sinkhole. We initially believed it was a geological anomaly, perhaps an old mine shaft giving way after recent rains. She paused, running a hand through her hair. But these tendrils, this sound, it doesn't fit any natural explanation. It's not natural, Detective, I stated, my voice firm. It's what we told you, an entity, something ancient. It's been feeding for decades, using Sela's and likely others before him as a feeder. The cold cases, the disappearances, they're all sacrifices. Detective Ramirez stared at me for a long moment, then at Alina, then at Sarah. The initial skepticism was gone, replaced by a deep-seated unease. I'll need to take possession of these devices and the footage for forensic analysis, and I'll need both of your full, detailed statements again under oath, she looked at Alina. And Miss Petrova, as soon as you're cleared by the doctors, we'll need you at the station as well. We'll cooperate fully, Detective, Alina said, her voice resolute. But you have to understand, this isn't just a criminal investigation anymore. This is something else entirely. This thing is still out there. It just destroyed its lair. What if it moves? What if it finds a new place to feed? Detective Ramirez sighed, a heavy, weary sound. I understand your concerns. Believe me, this is unprecedented. I'll bring this evidence to my superiors. We'll secure the site of the motel's collapse. But anything beyond that, anything about a cosmic entity, that's beyond the scope of a local sheriff's department. We might have to bring in federal agencies, maybe even specialists. Specialists? Sarah asked, her voice tight with disbelief. What kind of specialists? Exorcists? Detective Ramirez gave her a grim look. I honestly don't know, Miss Petrova, but this is no ordinary case, not anymore. Over the next few days, our lives became a whirlwind of interviews, forensic examinations, and the suffocating realization of the enormity of what we had uncovered. Alina, discharged from the hospital, gave her formal statement, her voice strong and unwavering despite the lingering trauma. Sarah and I did the same, detailing every terrifying minute. The sheriff's department, now armed with the compelling audio and video evidence, started to take our claims far more seriously. The destruction of the motel into a perfect sinkhole, consistent with our report, only added credence to the impossible narrative. They secured the area around the former Oasis Motel, erecting a perimeter and deploying drone surveillance. However, the drones reported no visible signs of the tendrils or any anomalous activity within the crater itself. The entity, it seemed, had once again retreated, cloaking itself in the earth, leaving only the scar of its passage. My editor, Mr. Thompson, was stunned by the new developments. When I sent him the raw camcorder footage, he called me immediately, his voice uncharacteristically shaken. Mark, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, what in God's name is this? This isn't a hoax, is it? This is insane. It's real, Mr. Thompson, I reiterated, feeling a grim satisfaction. Every terrifying word of it. The police are now fully investigating. They're bringing in the FBI, possibly even specialized geological teams. We have the story of a lifetime, sir, the biggest story ever. Mr. Thompson was silent for a long moment. Yes, he finally said, his voice regaining some of its usual authority, albeit tinged with a new, profound gravity. Yes, we do, but this isn't just a story, Mark. This changes everything. This is beyond anything we've ever printed. We need to be incredibly careful. We need to present this with absolute, irrefutable evidence. And we need to prepare for the fallout. He put me to work immediately, writing up the narrative, analyzing the footage, cross-referencing everything with the police reports and cold case files. Alina, despite her ordeal, insisted on helping. Her memory of Silas's words, the layout of the tunnel, the chilling details of the cocoons, they were invaluable. She pored over old missing persons reports, searching for patterns, connections that might shed more light on the entity's long history of predation. Sarah, still reeling from the experience, became our research assistant, meticulously organizing information and providing emotional support. The story began to take shape, a horrifying tapestry woven from facts, testimony, and undeniable video evidence. We focused on the confirmed disappearances, the discovery of the tunnel and altar as witnessed by us, even if now erased, Silas's role as a feeder, and the cataclysmic destruction of the motel. The part about the entity was framed carefully, presenting the video and audio as what we observed to have happened, rather than a definitive statement about its nature, allowing readers to draw their own conclusions while still conveying the profound horror. We understood that the public, and even many in the scientific community, would find it impossible to accept the full truth of an eldritch horror living beneath the desert. But the evidence of a serial killer operating for decades, combined with unexplained seismic activity and the complete obliteration of a structure, would be enough to open the door. A week passed, the FBI became involved, dispatching agents to San Angelo. They were more guarded than the local sheriff's department, their questions sharper, their skepticism initially stronger. But the combined weight of our testimonies, Alina's injuries, the retrieved phone data, and especially the camcorder footage began to wear down their resistance. They conducted their own investigation at the sinkhole, bringing in geological experts and even a team from a lesser-known federal department, whose specialists had an unsettlingly quiet demeanor and asked strangely philosophical questions about the nature of reality and perception. They confirmed the geological anomaly was indeed highly unusual, almost impossible, a sudden, perfect collapse into a deep, unknown void. They found traces of a peculiar, unidentifiable organic residue at the edge of the crater, along with minute metallic fragments that defied classification. The story was scheduled to break in the national newspaper next month. Mr. Thompson was pulling out all the stops, preparing for an expose that would shake the nation. We were all working tirelessly, driven by a shared mission to expose the truth and prevent further tragedies. One afternoon, about 10 days after our escape, I was back in San Angelo, meeting with Detective Ramirez at the sheriff's department. She had called me in, her voice unusually somber. "Mr. Jensen," she began, gesturing me to a seat, "we've analyzed the note you found in room 7. The fingerprints, they match a missing person from 1987, a man named David Finch. He was a salesman, last seen checking into the Oasis Motel." My heart hammered in my chest. So he was another victim, another offering. "It would seem so," she said, her voice quiet. "And the analysis of Silas Thorne's financial records combined with the new information paints a grim picture. He was receiving unusual, untraceable cash payments for years, and his travel patterns were odd. He never left the area, rarely spent money outside of basic supplies, almost as if he was always on call, always ready to perform his duties." "He was a feeder," I stated, the words chillingly familiar. "Yes," she conceded, a flicker of something like horror in her eyes. "It appears he was. We've also linked other cold cases to the Oasis, missing persons who checked in there and were never seen again. We're preparing to make a formal announcement about Silas Thorne, the disappearances, and the unusual circumstances surrounding the motel's destruction." "What about the entity?" I asked. "What are you going to say about that?" She sighed. "We'll present the evidence, Mr. Jensen. The camcorder footage, the audio recordings, the geological anomalies. We'll say that the collapse was due to unexplained, powerful subsurface forces and that the cause is under ongoing investigation by multiple federal agencies. We won't use the word monster, but we won't rule anything out either. We'll let the public come to their own conclusions, but we'll provide enough information to make them question everything they thought they knew." It was a compromise, but a necessary one. It was enough to crack the foundation of disbelief, enough to alert the world that something truly terrifying lurked beneath the ordinary. As I left the sheriff's department, the late afternoon sun was beginning to dip towards the horizon, casting long, purple shadows over the town. The world seemed normal, bustling with everyday life, but I knew better. I knew the fragile veil that separated our reality from something far older, far more terrible, had been irrevocably torn. My phone rang. It was Alina. "Mark, I think I found something," she said, her voice urgent, a tremor of excitement and fear in it. "I was going through some old news archives online looking for anything about the Oasis before Silas, and I found something about an old Native American legend from this region. The local tribes, they called this land the place where the earth drinks. They had rituals, offerings, to keep the hungry earth appeased. The devouring earth, I breathed, remembering Martha's words. Exactly, Alina confirmed. And the legend says that when the offerings stop or when the hungry earth is disturbed, it wakes up, and it starts to look for its own food, it moves. A cold dread washed over me, far worse than any fear of the entity itself. It moves, I repeated, my voice hollow. You mean it's not just under the motel anymore? The legend says it can shift, Alina explained, her voice dropping. It travels underground seeking new sources, and when it finds them, it emerges again, not always in the same place. The legend also talks about a certain kind of rock, a specific geological formation that attracts it. A deep subterranean aquifer with particular mineral deposits where the earth is thinnest and the heartbeat can be felt most strongly. My mind raced. The thump-thump was a heartbeat, the source of the light in the cave. Have you identified any other such locations? I asked, my voice tight. Not yet, but I'm looking, Alina replied, a new desperate urgency in her tone. The legend mentions a series of ancient wells built by the tribes to contain or monitor the hungry earth. They're supposed to be scattered across the desert, covering areas where the anomaly is particularly strong. If we can find those wells, we might be able to predict where it might resurface. This changes everything, I said, turning my car towards the direction of my motel room where Alina and Sarah were waiting. If it can move, then the problem isn't just contained to the oasis sinkhole. It could be anywhere. The ramifications were staggering. We hadn't just escaped a local horror. We had unleashed, or at least confirmed the existence of a nomadic subterranean predator. When I arrived, Alina had printouts and maps spread across the small table in our motel room. Sarah was leaning over them, her face pale. I've cross-referenced the tribal legends with modern geological surveys, Alina said, her finger tracing a line on a topographical map. There are a few areas marked with similar rock formations and water sources, but one stands out about 200 miles northeast of here. A remote desert region, mostly uninhabited but with an old abandoned mining town called Prosperity. Prosperity, the name sounded like a cruel joke. Why there? I asked, leaning over the map. The geological survey mentions significant seismic activity in the past, attributed to tectonic shifts, Alina explained. But the old tribal legends talk about it being a place of deep slumber where the hungry earth would rest between feedings. And the most interesting part, she paused, her finger tapping a faded mark on the map, there are reports of a small, isolated cluster of abandoned structures in the desert nearby. And in the center of them, marked on some of the older, forgotten maps, is an ancient well, one of the containment wells. A terrifying possibility began to form in my mind. What if the entity hadn't just destroyed the oasis but had abandoned it? What if it was already moving, making its way to a new, more potent feeding ground? We need to warn the authorities, I said, my voice urgent. The FBI, Detective Ramirez, they need to know this isn't over, that it might be relocating. Alina nodded grimly. I've already tried, but they're still processing the oasis situation. They're calling it a one-off geological catastrophe. They're not ready to believe it's a sentient, mobile entity. Then we have to make them believe it, I said, a fierce resolve hardening my journalistic instincts. We have to go there to Prosperity, we have to find that well, and we have to prove that this thing is moving. Sarah gasped, Mark, no, we just barely escaped with our lives. We can't go chasing after it again. We have to, Sarah, Alina insisted, her eyes fixed on mine, a burning conviction in their depths. If we don't, who will? It's not going to stop, not until someone stops it. I looked at Alina, seeing the same fierce determination that had propelled her through unspeakable horror. She was right. We had seen the face of true terror, and we couldn't simply walk away and let it claim more victims. We go to Prosperity, I confirmed, a chill running down my spine. But this time we're not just reporters, we're investigators, we're hunting it. The drive to Prosperity was long, tedious, and filled with a potent mixture of dread and grim determination. Sarah, despite her earlier protests, had reluctantly agreed to come, her protective instincts for Alina outweighing her deep-seated fear. She drove, her knuckles white on the steering wheel, her eyes frequently flicking to the rearview mirror as if expecting something monstrous to materialize behind them. Alina, still recovering but fueled by a fierce need for answers, sat in the back, poring over the maps and printouts she'd gathered. Her initial enthusiasm about the legends had now settled into a quiet, focused resolve, punctuated by moments of anxious stillness. I sat in the passenger seat, my mind racing, trying to anticipate every possible scenario. We had learned a lot from our last encounter, particularly the importance of tangible proof and discreet movement. This time, we would be better prepared. Our first stop was a sporting goods store in a small town an hour outside San Angelo. We needed more than a wrench and a borrowed baton. Sarah and I convinced Alina to stay in the car, explaining that her appearance, while improving, might draw too much attention. Inside, we moved with a hurried efficiency. We bought high-powered headlamps and extra batteries, a proper first aid kit, a sturdy multi-tool, and a heavy-duty shovel. I even picked up a compact, lightweight camping tent and sleeping bags, knowing that exploring a remote, abandoned town might take more than a single night. For defense, I settled on a large hunting knife and a canister of bear spray. Sarah, still hesitant about carrying a weapon, opted for a second can of spray and a small but powerful air horn. It wasn't much against a cosmic horror, but it was something. "Are you sure about this, Mark?" Sarah whispered, her voice tight as we loaded the gear into the trunk. "We're essentially arming ourselves to go monster hunting. This feels insane." "What we saw, what Alina endured, is insane, Sarah," I replied, my voice firm. "But it's also real. And if we don't try to understand it, to track it, who will? The authorities are still calling it a geological anomaly. They're not going to send a SWAT team after a subterranean, reality-warping entity." Back in the car, Alina surveyed our new equipment with a solemn nod. "It's necessary," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "The legends talk about the earth being appeased through offerings. What if it's drawn to places where it can find those offerings more easily? Or where it's already been appeased before," I added, recalling the ancient well. "A place where the energy or whatever it is has already been established." We continued northeast, the landscape gradually shifting from scrubland to higher, more arid desert. Mesquite gave way to sagebrush and the distant hills grew rockier, more imposing. The road became less traveled, eventually narrowing to a single-lane asphalt strip, cracked and crumbling in places. We saw fewer and fewer cars, the signs of human habitation slowly fading into the vast emptiness. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples, a sense of profound isolation settled over us. Prosperity, according to Alina's maps, was deep in this desolate expanse, far from any major towns or highways. "The legend also mentions that the entity might emanate a feeling of unease," Alina said, her voice barely a whisper interrupting the silence. "A sort of primal dread, especially when it's active or when its presence is strong." I felt a chill despite the warmth of the setting sun. I'd felt that unease at the oasis, that palpable sense of wrongness. I unconsciously gripped the hunting knife in my backpack, the cold steel a small comfort. As darkness fell, the stars erupted into a dazzling, indifferent display, thousands of pinpricks of light in the inky blackness. The air grew cold, the wind howling softly through the open desert, a lonely, mournful sound. Eventually, the asphalt road gave way to a rough, unpaved track, barely wider than our car. This was it, the entry point to prosperity. Sarah slowed the car, her headlights cutting through the gloom, illuminating a weathered, hand-painted wooden sign skewered by an arrow-straight piece of rebar. "Prosperity Pop, 0, Est 1890, abandoned 1930. The words seemed to mock us, prosperity indeed. The track was slow-going, winding through a desolate canyon for what felt like miles. We passed crumbling stone foundations, rusted metal husks of what might have been old machinery, and the skeletal remains of long-dead trees. The air here was different. No sweet decay, but a heavy, stagnant stillness, as if the very air had died here decades ago. "I feel it," Alina whispered from the back seat, her voice tight. "That dread, it's here, it's definitely here." I felt it too, a subtle, insidious prickling on the back of my neck, a tightening in my chest. It wasn't the immediate terror of the oasis, but a slow, creeping despair, an oppressive weight that pressed down on the landscape. We drove deeper into the canyon until a cluster of more substantial, though still ruined, structures came into view. This was the heart of prosperity. Most were single-story wooden buildings, their roofs long since collapsed, walls listing precariously, windows gaping like empty eye sockets. The entire town was a ghost, haunted not by spirits but by the profound silence of abandonment. Sarah parked the car behind a dilapidated stable, its wooden frame sagging, barely visible from the main track. We killed the engine, plunging us into a silence so profound it was almost deafening, broken only by the wind whistling through the ruins and the frantic thump of our own hearts. "All right," I said, my voice low. "Headlamps on, backpacks on, stay close, and no unnecessary noise." We emerged into the frigid night air. Our headlamps cast pools of light, dancing over the crumbling facades and piles of rubble. The moon, a thin crescent, offered little illumination. The ruins were eerie, each shadowy doorway a potential hiding place, each gust of wind a whisper from the past. Alina consulted her maps, her finger tracing a path through the ghostly streets. The ancient well, it should be in the center of town, near what looks like a communal gathering area. We moved cautiously, our footsteps crunching on loose gravel and shards of broken glass. The silence was punctuated only by our breathing and the occasional rustle of the wind. Every shadow seemed to lengthen, every fallen timber to take on a sinister shape. As we reached what Alina identified as the town square, a larger open area surrounded by the ruins of a general store, a saloon, and what might have been a church, the ground felt different. It was harder, packed earth, but I could feel a subtle vibration under my boots, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor. "The heartbeat," Alina whispered, her headlamp beam sweeping across the ground. "I can feel it again." My blood ran cold, the thump-thump from the oasis. It was so faint here, almost a phantom, but it was there, resonating deep within the earth. Then Sarah gasped, pointing. Her headlamp beam, shaky, fixed on a dark circular opening in the center of the square. It was surrounded by a low, crumbling stone wall about waist-high, partially overgrown with dry weeds. The ancient well. We approached it slowly, our flashlights converging on the opening. It was deep, impossibly dark, a black moss swallowed by the earth. A faint, metallic smell, distinct from the sweet decay of the oasis, wafted from its depths. It smelled like ancient rust and wet earth. This is it, I breathed, a mix of awe and terror gripping me. This is the well from the legends. Alina, her face pale, knelt by the crumbling wall, peering into the abyss. The legends say these wells were built to monitor the hungry earth, to keep it contained, to know when it stirs. So is it stirring? Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper. Just as she spoke, the faint tremor beneath our feet intensified, a low thrumming that resonated through the ground, a little stronger now, a little more distinct. The thump-thump was beginning to coalesce. It is, I confirmed, my voice grim, but it's not as strong as it was at the oasis, not yet. I pulled out my camcorder, the one Sarah had lent us. We need to get some footage, proof that this well exists and that there's seismic activity here consistent with the entity's presence. I began to record, panning across the well, capturing the desolate ruins of prosperity, and then focusing on the subtle vibrations I could feel in the ground. Alina described the legend, her voice hushed but clear, giving context to the chilling discovery. As I recorded, a new detail caught my eye, faint markings on the stone rim of the well. They were faded, almost completely eroded by time, but distinct. Pictographs, stylized drawings of what looked like human figures, small and helpless, being drawn into a gaping, tooth-lined maw, and surrounding them strange, radiating lines like tremors or energy. Look, I whispered, pointing my headlamp, the ancient warnings they knew. Alina leaned in, her eyes widening. It's exactly as described in the legends. The imagery of the earth drinking, it's a direct reference. We spent a good hour documenting the well and the surrounding ruins, careful not to disturb anything. The thump-thump from the ground remained, a constant, low pulse, but it didn't grow significantly stronger. It was as if the entity was still in a state of slumber, or perhaps merely stretching. We have enough for now, I finally said, lowering the camcorder. We need to establish a camp, get some rest. We'll come back tomorrow in daylight and see if we can find anything else. We found a relatively sheltered spot inside the ruins of the old general store, its remaining walls providing some protection from the wind. We pitched the small tent, laid out our sleeping bags, and ate some energy bars in silence. The cold was bone-deep, and the oppressive feeling of dread lingered, making sleep a distant prospect. Despite the exhaustion, my mind was buzzing. We had found the well, we had felt the entity's presence. This was concrete evidence, a direct link between the legend and our current nightmare. The night was long and restless. Every creak of the old timbers, every gust of wind, every distant animal cry sent shivers down my spine. The thump-thump was a constant, almost hypnotic rhythm beneath the earth, a reminder of the colossal presence that lay hidden. At one point, I must have drifted off because I was jolted awake by a terrifying sound. A low, guttural rumble like a distant earthquake, but deeper, more organic. It lasted only a few seconds, then faded back into the usual thump-thump. Sarah and Alina were also awake, their breathing ragged in the darkness of the tent. "Did you hear that?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "Yes," I confirmed, my heart hammering against my ribs. "It's stirring." We spent the rest of the night in tense silence, listening, waiting, but the rumble didn't return. Dawn arrived, painting the desert sky in soft pastels, a stark contrast to the lingering dread. The ruins of prosperity looked less menacing in the daylight, but no less desolate. The pervasive stillness remained, a heavy blanket over the forgotten town. After a quick, cold breakfast, we headed back to the well. The pictographs on its rim were clearer now, more chilling in the light, but something else caught my eye. Near the well, partially buried in the loose earth, was a small, ornate wooden box. "What's this?" I asked, kneeling and carefully brushing away the dirt. It was an old, intricately carved box, made of a dark, heavy wood, adorned with the same symbols I'd seen on the well's rim. It looked ancient, almost certainly Native American in origin. "Be careful," Alina warned, her voice hushed. "It could be an offering or a warning." I hesitated, then slowly pried open the lid. Inside, resting on a bed of dried herbs, was a single rolled-up parchment, brittle with age. Next to it, a small, polished stone, dark and smooth, with a single deep red vein running through it. It almost seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light. I carefully unrolled the parchment. It was covered in faded, archaic script, a language I didn't recognize, but interwoven with the familiar pictographs of the hungry earth and human figures. "It's a scroll," Alina whispered, her eyes wide. "A message from the ancient tribes." "Can you understand any of it?" Sarah asked. Alina shook her head. No, not the script, but the pictographs, they tell a story. This one, she pointed to a series of images, shows the earth drinking, then the wells being built, and then a figure, a shaman perhaps, holding a stone like this one. She picked up the dark, veined stone from the box. It felt cool, smooth, and oddly heavy in her hand. As she held it, the stone seemed to hum faintly, a low, almost inaudible vibration that I could feel in the air around it. And the thump-thump from beneath the earth seemed to subtly intensify, almost as if reacting to the stone's presence. "What is this stone?" I asked, my voice filled with a new apprehension. "The legend speaks of heart stones," Alina explained, her voice hushed. "Stones that hum with the earth's pulse. They were used by the shamans to track the hungry earth, to feel its movements, its awakenings. They are attuned to it." A chill ran down my spine. We had just found a literal divining rod for our monster. "So this stone could tell us where it is?" Sarah asked, a flicker of hope in her eyes. "Or at least if it's active, and how active," Alina corrected. "The legends say the stronger the hum, the closer and more active the hungry earth is." As she spoke, the stone in her hand seemed to vibrate a little more, the faint hum growing barely perceptible, and the thump-thump from the ground solidified, becoming a slow, deliberate pulse beneath our feet. "It's waking up," I stated, my voice grim, "or moving closer." We spent the rest of the morning searching the ruins, but found nothing else of significance. The dread lingered, and the subtle thump-thump became a constant companion, a chilling reminder of the entity's hidden presence. Alina kept the heart stone clutched in her hand, her brow furrowed in concentration, listening to its faint hum. "The legends also talk about the entity consuming the very energy of life," she said suddenly, her voice thoughtful. "Not just physical bodies, but the vitality of a place. That's why prosperity is so dead. It fed here once, and left it barren." That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across prosperity, the hum from the heart stone in Alina's hand intensified, becoming a distinct, low thrum. And the thump-thump beneath our feet grew stronger, more resonant, vibrating through the ground, through the very air. "It's getting more active," Alina said, her voice strained. "Much more active, and the stone, it feels like it's pulling me, pulling us somewhere." "Where?" I asked, my heart pounding. Alina closed her eyes, concentrating. "North, towards the old mines." On her map, a series of faded lines indicated abandoned mining tunnels, leading deep into the rocky hills that bordered prosperity. The very thought of going into a mine, a claustrophobic dark space, filled me with dread, but if the entity was there. "We have to go," I said, looking at Sarah. She was pale, but her eyes held a flicker of grim resolve. We waited until full dark. The moon was higher now, casting a ghostly light, but the canyon walls plunged us into deep shadows. Armed with our powerful headlamps, the hunting knife, and the bear spray, we began our trek towards the old mines. The path was treacherous, winding upwards into the hills, marked only by faint game trails and crumbling rock cairns. The air grew colder, and the silence, apart from the wind and the increasingly insistent thump-thump from the earth, was absolute. Alina led the way, guided by the humming heart stone in her hand. It glowed faintly now, a dull red pulse in the darkness. "It's strong here," she whispered, her voice tight with strain. "Very strong, it's close." After a grueling hour of climbing, we reached the mouth of an old mine shaft. It was a dark, jagged opening, shored up by rotten timbers that looked ready to collapse at any moment. The air emanating from it was cold, stale, and carried a faint, almost metallic tang, reminiscent of the oasis. "This is it," I breathed, my headlamp beam piercing the blackness. Sarah hesitated at the entrance, her face etched with fear. "Mark, Alina, this is too dangerous. We don't know what's in there, we don't know what it is." "We have to," Alina insisted, her voice firm, clutching the heart stone. "It's here, I can feel it calling to it." She held up the stone. Its hum was almost audible now, a low, buzzing drone. I looked into the black maw of the mine. The thump-thump was deafening here, vibrating through the rock, through my bones. It was a heartbeat, slow and immense, but undeniably alive. "Stay close," I ordered, gripping the hunting knife. "One step at a time, and if anything feels wrong, we pull out, immediately, no questions asked." We entered the mine. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth, rust, and the metallic tang. Our headlamps cut through the oppressive darkness, revealing a narrow, claustrophobic tunnel supported by decaying timbers. Water dripped from the ceiling, echoing eerily in the stillness. The thump-thump was constant, a visceral vibration that seemed to move the very air around us. Alina led the way, the heart stone glowing a distinct, pulsing red in her hand, its hum now a palpable tremor. The tunnel twisted and turned, sloping ever downwards. The temperature began to rise, slowly at first, then more rapidly, until the air was warm and humid, almost stifling. The metallic smell intensified, growing sweeter, more cloying, until I recognized it. The sweet decay, laced with the smell of raw meat and something else, something indescribably alien. "It's here," Alina whispered, her voice choked. "We're close." Then the tunnel opened up into a vast, cavernous space. Our headlamps struggled to penetrate the gloom, but as we stepped forward, the familiar iridescent shimmer from the oasis appeared. Not a small patch, but a vast expanse of it, pulsating with an eerie internal light illuminating the cavern. My breath caught in my throat. This cavern was even larger than the one beneath the oasis. It was immense, a natural cathedral of rock, its walls glistening with moisture and what looked like organic residue. And everywhere embedded in the walls, growing from the floor, hanging from the ceiling, were the cocoons, hundreds of them, thousands. They were larger here, more grotesque, some of them still pulsating faintly, others dark and seemingly inert. They looked like grotesque, translucent sacs filled with a viscous, dark fluid, and within some I could faintly discern humanoid forms, horribly distorted, dissolving, or perhaps gestating. And then I saw the heart of it. In the center of the cavern, where the iridescent shimmer was brightest, was a colossal living structure. It was an impossibly large, dark mass, like a vast, organic organ rooted deep in the earth. It pulsed with a slow, rhythmic beat, the thump-thump that had guided us. From its surface, thick black tendrils, like those that had consumed the oasis, slowly undulated, extending into the darkness, touching the walls, the cocoons, tasting the air. And around this colossal heart, like veins feeding into it, were dozens of narrower tunnels, branching off into the darkness. This wasn't just a feeding ground, this was its lair, its nest. "Oh my God," Sarah breathed, her voice trembling, her camcorder once again recording the horror. Alina, clutching the heart stone, her face a mask of awe and terror, staggered forward a few steps. The stone in her hand was now glowing a vivid, alarming red, vibrating so intensely I could hear its hum distinctly, a deep, resonant drone that seemed to be in perfect sync with the colossal heartbeat of the entity. It's massive," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "It's been here for so long, feeding, growing." As she spoke, one of the massive tendrils, thick as a tree trunk, slowly swiveled. Its barbed tip, glistening with iridescent fluid, pointed directly at us. The air grew heavy, thick with the cloying sweet decay and the metallic tang of blood. The thump-thump intensified, not just in volume, but in its very presence, vibrating through the ground with a raw, predatory hunger. "It knows we're here," I whispered, my hand tightening around the hunting knife. "It feels us." The tendril began to move, slowly at first, then picking up speed, sweeping towards us. It moved with a horrifying intelligence, a deliberate, seeking motion. "Run!" Sarah screamed, spinning around, her fear finally overriding her paralysis. We turned and bolted, scrambling back into the narrow tunnel, our headlamps bouncing frantically. The thump-thump behind us escalated into a furious, deafening drum, shaking the very rock around us. We could hear the sickening, squelching sound of the tendril moving faster, closer. We ran blindly, driven by pure primal terror. The claustrophobia of the tunnel, which had seemed menacing before, was now a welcome shield against the vast, consuming horror behind us. "Keep going," I yelled, pushing Sarah forward. Alina, still clutching the glowing heart stone, was just ahead of me, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The tendril was close. I could feel the rush of air as it whipped past, just inches behind my back. The metallic stench filled my nostrils, suffocating. Then a sickening crack. One of the old support timbers, weakened by age and the entity's vibrations, splintered. A cascade of rocks and earth rained down, blocking the tunnel just behind me. "It's collapsing," Sarah shrieked. We didn't look back, we just ran. The collapse bought us precious seconds, but it also meant there was no turning back to the main cavern, no other way out. The tunnel narrowed, then began to climb steeply, becoming even more treacherous. We scrambled upwards, our hands and feet slipping on the loose rock and wet earth. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the image of that colossal heart and the thousands of cocoons fueled my desperate flight. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we burst out of the mine shaft, gasping for air into the frigid night. The moon was still high, casting its pale light over the desolate hills. We didn't stop, we ran down the treacherous path, slipping and sliding until we reached the ruins of Prosperity. We didn't even glance at the well. We just scrambled into the car, throwing our gear into the back, and I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. I slammed the car into reverse, then forward, spinning the tires on the dirt track, heading away from the nightmare of the mines, away from Prosperity. As we sped down the track, leaving the ghost town behind, the thump-thump slowly began to recede, fading with distance. The hum from Alina's heart stone also diminished, its red glow dimming until it was just a dull pulse in her hand. We drove for hours in stunned silence, the only sounds our ragged breathing and the hum of the engine. The terror, though no longer immediate, clung to us like a shroud, leaving us hollowed out and exhausted. It's enormous," Sarah finally whispered, her voice raw. "So many cocoons, my God." Alina just clutched the heart stone, her eyes staring blankly ahead. "This isn't just a monster, Mark. It's an ecosystem, a colony. It's been here for centuries, maybe millennia." I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, and we just found its primary nest, its center of operations. The implications were staggering. If Prosperity was its primary nest, then the oasis was just a smaller, temporary feeding outpost. The entity wasn't just moving to Prosperity, it had always been there, a vast subterranean terror, perhaps merely expanding its reach. We were far from Prosperity now, speeding down a deserted highway, the first faint hint of dawn streaking the eastern horizon. The heart stone in Alina's hand was almost completely inert, its hum barely a whisper, its red glow gone. The thump-thump was entirely absent. "What do we do now?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "We have footage, but what are people going to say? A town full of giant cocoons, a pulsing organic mass." "They'll say we're crazy," I admitted, my voice grim. "But they can't deny the physical evidence, the geological anomalies, the fact that an entire motel was consumed, and now the discovery of a vast, unmapped cavern system beneath an abandoned mining town with ancient pictographs confirming its existence." "But the entity itself," Alina asked, her eyes haunted. "How do we stop something like that? It's too vast, too ancient." I didn't have an answer. The scale of the horror we had witnessed was beyond anything I could have imagined. We had confirmation of its existence, its scope, its history, but we were no closer to understanding how to fight it, or even if it could be fought. We reached a small, roadside motel just as the sun broke fully over the horizon. It was a nondescript place, but it offered a fragile sense of normalcy. We checked in, utterly exhausted, and collapsed into our rooms. Later that morning, after a few hours of fitful sleep, we sat down to review Sarah's camcorder footage. It was shaky, often dark, but the audio was terrifyingly clear. We had captured the oppressive thump-thump, our panicked whispers, the sickening squelch of the tendril, and our frantic escape. And for a few crucial seconds, when my headlamp had been steady, the camcorder had captured the horrific image of the vast, pulsating heart and the thousands of cocoons. This changes everything," I whispered, watching the footage again, my stomach churning. "This isn't just a local horror story anymore. This is a global threat, an existential threat." Alina, her face pale, nodded in agreement. "The legend said it rests, it feeds, it grows. What if it's reaching a new phase? What if the oasis was just an appetizer and Prosperity is its main course before it migrates?" A horrifying thought struck me. The old tribal wells, you said they were built to contain or monitor the hungry earth. What if they're not just markers? What if they're meant to be part of a larger system, a trap? Alina's eyes widened. "The legends are very vague on the purpose of the wells beyond monitoring, but some suggest they were places where the energy of the earth was particularly strong, where the shamans would conduct rituals to appease the earth, to keep it dormant." "Appease it with what?" Sarah asked, her voice tight. We all knew the answer: offerings, sacrifices. "We need to find out more about these wells," I said, a new resolve hardening my voice. "About the rituals, about how to stop it or at least slow it down. The FBI, Mr. Thompson, they need to see this footage. They need to understand the true scale of what we're dealing with." I reached for my phone, my fingers trembling slightly. The world was about to change. And we, three ordinary people, were the ones holding the key to its terrifying secret. But even with the evidence, the sheer enormity of it, the horrifying truth that a cosmic entity was lurking beneath the earth, would be almost impossible for humanity to comprehend, let alone accept. We had merely scratched the surface of a terror beyond all reason. The call to Mr. Thompson was the hardest I'd ever made. His initial excitement about the Oasis exposed had been tinged with awe and a healthy dose of journalistic caution. Now, when I recounted the horrors of Prosperity, the cavern of cocoons, the pulsating heart, his silence on the other end of the line was absolute, far heavier than before. "Mark," he finally said, his voice a strained whisper, are you absolutely certain about this? Are you sure you're all right? I mean emotionally." "Mr. Thompson, I've never been more certain of anything in my life," I insisted, my own voice raw with exhaustion and the lingering chill of the mind. "Sarah's camcorder got it all. The heart stone, the cavern, the cocoons, the tendrils, the thump-thump, everything. It's undeniable. This isn't just a local anomaly. This is an extinction-level event in the making." Another long pause. I could hear his ragged breathing. "Send me the footage, Mark, immediately, and then get back here to civilization, all three of you. The FBI will want to talk to you. Those specialists, they'll want to talk to you. And this time, I suspect they'll be listening very, very closely." We didn't need to be told twice. The idea of putting more distance between us and Prosperity, between us and the pulsating heart of that cosmic horror, was a powerful motivator. We packed what little we had, the heartstone wrapped carefully in a cloth and tucked into Alina's bag, and began the long, silent drive back towards San Angelo, and then eventually to the nearest large city where Mr. Thompson had arranged a secure meeting. The footage from Prosperity arrived at the newspaper's headquarters and was immediately forwarded to Detective Ramirez and the FBI agents handling the Oasis case. The reaction was swift and far more urgent than anything we'd experienced before. The dismissive skepticism that had initially greeted our claims was entirely gone, replaced by a grim, almost frantic seriousness. 2 days later, we found ourselves in a sterile, windowless conference room in a federal building in El Paso. Across the table sat Detective Ramirez, looking older and grimmer than I'd ever seen her, two familiar FBI agents and three new faces. These were the specialists, two men and a woman dressed in nondescript suits, their faces impassive, their eyes unnervingly keen. They hadn't introduced themselves beyond a quick, curt nod, and their department affiliation remained deliberately vague, simply referred to as Advanced Geological and Subterranean Research. But their presence radiated an authority that overshadowed even the FBI. The room was silent save for the whirring of the projector as Sarah's camcorder footage from Prosperity played on a large screen. We watched it again, the shaky descent into the mine, the breathtaking reveal of the vast cavern, the shimmering iridescent light, the thousands of grotesque cocoons, the colossal, pulsating organic mass in the center, and the slow, deliberate movement of the black tendrils. The raw, guttural thump-thump filled the room, a chilling, visceral sound that bypassed reason and went straight to the gut. When the footage ended, the silence in the room was absolute, heavy with unspoken dread. One of the specialists, a man with piercing blue eyes and a neatly trimmed beard, was the first to speak. His voice was low, almost a monotone, yet it commanded attention. "Remarkable," he said, not with awe, but with a chilling, detached analysis. "The cellular structure, the biophotonic emission consistent with preliminary hypotheses. The scale, however, is significantly greater than anticipated." He looked at us, his gaze unwavering. "Ms. Petrova, Mr. Jensen, Ms. Petrova, you have provided undeniable visual and auditory confirmation of a subterranean biological entity of unprecedented scale and complexity. What you call the entity, we have tentatively designated as the chthonic organism, or CO for short." "Sonic," Alina whispered, from the Greek meaning of the earth underworld. The specialist nodded, a subtle gesture, precisely. "And we have reason to believe this CO has existed for a very, very long time, millennia, as you suggested, Ms. Petrova. Your discovery of Prosperity is highly significant. It confirms our fears that the oasis was not an isolated incident, but merely a temporary feeding station." "Our fears," I pressed. "You mean you knew about this thing, or at least suspected?" The woman specialist, her dark eyes intense, spoke up. "We have been tracking anomalous seismic activity, unusual energy signatures, and a pattern of unexplained disappearances for decades, even centuries, across various remote locations globally. We had indicators, vague, disturbing patterns, but never anything concrete, never visual confirmation." She gestured to the screen. "Until now." "The ancient legends," Alina interjected, pulling the carefully wrapped heartstone from her bag. "The tribal shamans, they knew, they built wells to monitor it. They even had these." She unwrapped the stone, revealing its dark, polished surface and the deep red vein. The stone, inert in the sterile room, looked like an ordinary rock. The specialist leaned forward, a spark of genuine interest in their otherwise impassive faces. The man with the beard, Dr. Aris Thorne, a name he finally offered, though it felt more like a designation than an identity, picked up the stone, his gloved fingers tracing its surface. "A heart stone," he murmured, "attuned to the CO's pulse. Fascinating. Our instruments detect a residual energy signature. It's almost imperceptible now, but it's there." He handed it back to Alina. "You mentioned other wells, Ms. Petrova, from your research." Alina nodded, regaining some of her earlier academic confidence. "Yes, the legends speak of a network of such wells scattered across the arid regions at locations where the Earth's pulse is strongest, or thinnest as the tribes called it. They were meant to monitor the hungry Earth and perhaps even contain it." "Contain it," the woman's specialist, Dr. Lena Petrova, no relation to Alina, she quickly clarified, repeated, a hint of irony in her voice. "A rather optimistic undertaking, given the scale of the CO you just documented." "What if they were more than just optimistic?" I interjected. "What if the wells, combined with certain rituals or offerings, actually worked? What if they kept it dormant? What if Silas Thorne and the oasis were just a modern, distorted echo of that ancient pact?" Dr. Thorne steepled his fingers, his gaze fixed on Alina. "That is a compelling hypothesis, Mr. Jensen. The concept of symbiotic or parasitic relationships with chthonic entities is not unheard of in ancient lore. The idea of placation or even active management is intriguing. Ms. Petrova, your research into these ancient sites and rituals is now of paramount importance. Can you identify the locations of these other wells?" Alina nodded, her eyes shining with renewed purpose. "I have a partial map based on the legends and cross-referenced with geological data. There are at least 3 other major sites mentioned, all within a few hundred miles of Prosperity, in similarly desolate, tectonically active zones." "Good," Dr. Thorne said, his voice firm. "We will need full access to your research, and we will need your continued cooperation. Your unique experience and Ms. Petrova's connection to the Heart Stone make you invaluable." Over the next few days, our lives took on a surreal, almost cinematic quality. We were no longer just reporters or witnesses, we were integral to a top-secret, high-stakes investigation into an existential threat. Mr. Thompson, though still reeling from the implications, was quietly triumphant. He had the biggest story in human history, but he also understood the specialists' urgent request to withhold publication for now. The world, they argued, was not ready. Panic would achieve nothing. First, they needed a plan. The specialists, it turned out, were part of a highly classified division operating under the vague umbrella of Homeland Security, tasked with identifying and mitigating threats that defy conventional understanding. They had been discreetly monitoring similar phenomena for decades, always just beyond the reach of public knowledge, always struggling to find concrete proof. We had given them that proof, and it had unleashed a flurry of activity. A task force was immediately assembled, bringing together geologists, xenobiologists, cryptographers, and experts in ancient languages and folklore. Our initial findings about the oasis, prosperity, and the legends were circulated under the highest security clearance. The Heart Stone became a key object of study, with Alina providing invaluable insights into its connection to the entity's presence. She could feel its faint hum, its subtle vibrations, even when it was inert to others. She was, in a way, uniquely attuned. Alina poured herself into her research, working alongside a team of cryptographers and anthropologists to decipher the ancient scroll and other legends. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, helped organize the mountains of data, cross-referencing, fact-checking, and providing critical logistical support. I, meanwhile, was tasked with documenting everything, compiling a comprehensive report that would be ready the moment the world needed to know. One evening, about a week after our return from Prosperity, Alina burst into our temporary workspace, a secure office provided by the specialists. Her face was flushed with excitement and fear, a stack of translated documents clutched in her hand. "Mark, Sarah, I think I've found it," she exclaimed, her voice trembling. "The full translation of the scroll, and I've cross-referenced it with other tribal texts they had on file. The wells, they're not just for monitoring. They're part of a containment grid, a network designed to bind the hungry earth." We gathered around her, our hearts hammering. "The scroll describes a ritual," Alina continued, her finger tracing faded pictographs on a printout. "A complex ceremony involving specific mineral compounds, sonic frequencies, and the redirection of natural telluric currents. The wells were built on nodal points, places where these currents converge. And the heart stones, they're not just tracking devices, they're focal points, amplifiers." "Amplifiers for what?" I asked, leaning closer. "To channel the energy of the earth itself," she explained, her eyes wide. "The shamans, using the heart stones, would create a resonance field within each well. This field, when combined with specific mineral offerings, would generate a localized energy dampening effect. If activated in sequence or simultaneously across the entire network, the legends claim it could put the hungry earth into a state of deep slumber, bind it to the earth itself." "A binding ritual," Sarah breathed, a flicker of hope in her eyes. "They didn't just appease it, they trapped it." "And Sila's thorn disturbed that," I concluded, the pieces falling into place. By building the motel directly on top of one of these wells, he broke the ancient pact, he woke it up." Alina nodded grimly. "The scroll also warns that if the binding is broken, the hungry earth will begin to grow, to seek new sustenance, and eventually to expand its influence far beyond its original boundaries. It will seek to re-establish its power by consuming life and reshaping the earth to its will." Dr. Thorne and Dr. Petrova, alerted by the commotion, entered the room. They listened intently as Alina explained her findings, their faces unreadable. "This is highly significant, Ms. Petrova," Dr. Thorne finally said. "The concept of manipulating telluric currents for containment is advanced, even by our standards. If these rituals are indeed as potent as the legends suggest, they represent our best, perhaps only chance." "But how do we perform ancient rituals?" Sarah asked, sounding overwhelmed. "We're not shamans, we don't even know what these mineral compounds are." "That's where our team comes in," Dr. Petrova replied, a glint in her dark eyes. "We have geologists, chemists, and physicists who can analyze the residue found at the oasis and Prosperity, cross-reference it with the scroll's descriptions, and hopefully reverse-engineer the compounds. And our acoustic engineers can attempt to recreate the sonic frequencies, but the sequence, the activation of the wells. The scroll implies a specific order," Alina explained, "a cascade effect. The legends mention a master well, the first to be activated, which then triggers the others." "And where is this master well?" I asked. Alina pointed to a location on a digital map projected onto the wall. It was marked by a pulsating red dot, signaling a strong, persistent energy signature detected by the specialist's instruments. Approximately 500 miles west of here, deep in the Arizona desert, an extremely remote area near a cluster of volcanic mesas. The legends call it the mouth of the sleeping serpent. "And our data corroborates this," Dr. Thorne added. "Our deep scanning satellites have detected an unusually high concentration of those peculiar metallic fragments and organic residue in that area, far exceeding even Prosperity. And the seismic activity, it's a constant low-level thrum, a heartbeat as you call it." The implications were clear. The master well was not just a potential starting point for a binding ritual, it was likely where the Co was currently most active, where its influence was strongest, where it was truly manifesting. "We need to go there," I stated, a fierce resolve hardening my voice. "We need to activate that well, we need to try and bind it." We agree, Dr. Thorne said, his voice unusually grave. A small, highly trained team will be deployed. Our priority is to gather intelligence on the master well and prepare the necessary components for the binding ritual. You three, given your unique connection to this phenomenon and your intimate knowledge of the legends, will be essential to this mission. Thus began the preparations for Operation Sleeping Serpent. It was a race against time, a desperate gamble to contain an ancient horror before it fully awakened and consumed the world. Our specialists worked tirelessly, analyzing every scrap of data, synthesizing the ancient compounds, and calibrating the sonic devices. Alina, with the Heartstone and her growing knowledge of the legends, became the mission's spiritual guide, interpreting the cryptic warnings and instructions. Sarah, ever resourceful, managed logistics and contingency plans, her fear slowly being replaced by steely determination. I meticulously documented every step, knowing that if we failed, this chronicle might be the only warning humanity ever received. The journey to the Arizona desert was undertaken in secrecy, a small convoy of unmarked, heavily armored vehicles. Our team consisted of Dr. Thorne, Dr. Petrova, two highly skilled geological engineers, an acoustics expert, a combat medic, and myself, Alina and Sarah. We were armed with state-of-the-art equipment, portable seismic scanners, advanced drilling gear, atmospheric sensors, and specialized sonic emitters. And for defense, though we knew it was likely futile against the Co., each of us carried a compact, high-caliber firearm, in addition to the bear spray and hunting knife from our previous adventure. As we drove deeper into the desert, the landscape grew more alien, dominated by stark volcanic rock formations and endless stretches of sand. The air grew heavy, thick with the familiar dread. The Heartstone clutched in Alina's hand began to hum faintly, its red vein pulsing with a subtle internal light. The thump-thump was still absent, but the oppressive unease was undeniable. Finally, after days of travel and navigating treacherous terrain, we reached the coordinates. It was a vast, desolate basin surrounded by towering, dark mesas, their peaks like jagged teeth against the sky. In the center of the basin, an isolated cluster of unusually shaped rock formations rose from the desert floor, almost like petrified, monstrous fingers pointing to the heavens. "This is it," Dr. Thorne announced, his voice a low rumble, "the mouth of the sleeping serpent." As we approached, the Heartstone in Alina's hand intensified its hum, now a distinct low thrum that reverberated through the air. The faint red glow in its vein brightened, pulsing rhythmically. And beneath our feet, a low, deep vibration began. The thump-thump, it was distant but unmistakably present. The specialists immediately began deploying their equipment, setting up a perimeter of sensors and establishing a temporary command center. The geological engineers began scanning the ground, looking for the telltale signs of the ancient well. "The legends say the master well here is disguised," Alina explained, consulting her translated texts. "Hidden within the volcanic rock designed to blend in. It's not an open pit like Prosperity, but a sealed chamber accessible only through a hidden passage." After several hours of scanning and careful exploration, one of the engineers, a grizzled man named Miller, called us over. "Dr. Thorne, we've found it, a massive anomaly directly beneath this formation, and what looks like a finely cut, ancient entrance cleverly concealed by natural rockfall. It's a perfect match for Ms. Petrova's description." We gathered around, our headlamps illuminating a subtle seam in the volcanic rock, almost invisible to the untrained eye. It was indeed a masterwork of ancient engineering, perfectly camouflaged. "All right," Dr. Thorne said, his voice firm. "This is it. We proceed with extreme caution. The Co is undoubtedly active here. We need to locate the master well chamber, identify the ritual components, and prepare for activation. Ms. Petrova, you will lead the way, guided by the Heartstone. Mr. Jensen, Ms. Petrova, your primary role is documentation and support. Our engineers will follow, establishing communication and structural integrity. And our medic and security detail will maintain a watchful perimeter." Armed with advanced headlamps, environmental sensors, and a healthy dose of dread, we entered the hidden passage. The air inside was cold, stagnant, and carried the familiar metallic tang. The thump-thump from the earth intensified with every step, vibrating through the rock, through our bones, a slow, immense pulse. The Heartstone in Alina's hand glowed a vibrant, alarming red, its hum a deep, resonant drone. The passage sloped downwards, winding through naturally formed tunnels that eventually opened into what was clearly an artificially carved cavern. The walls here were smooth, covered in intricate pictographs, far more detailed and preserved than anything we'd seen at Prosperity. They depicted the Co in its full, horrifying glory, a vast subterranean leviathan, its tendrils reaching out, consuming. But they also showed the ancient shamans, standing at wells, holding Heartstones and channeling energy, creating shimmering barriers around the entity. "This is a record," Alina whispered, her voice filled with awe, "a historical account of their struggle and their victory." The cavern led into a massive chamber, unlike anything we had encountered before. It was a cyclopean space carved from the volcanic rock, extending deep into the earth. In its center stood a colossal obsidian altar intricately carved with the same terrifying imagery of the hungry earth. and around the altar at regular intervals were 7 large, open pools filled with a viscous, dark fluid that shimmered with the familiar, unsettling iridescence. And then we saw it. Resting on the obsidian altar was the largest, most vibrant heart stone we had seen yet. It was twice the size of the one Alina carried, pulsating with an intense, blinding red light, radiating heat and a powerful, resonant hum that filled the entire chamber. It was a beacon of raw, untamed power. The Master Heart Stone, Alina breathed, her own stone vibrating wildly in her hand, almost pulled towards its larger counterpart. This is the true heart of the network, the source of the binding. The thump-thump here was deafening, a visceral tremor that shook the ground, the walls, and rattled our very teeth. It was clear the Co was directly beneath us, its immense presence dominating the entire chamber. As the engineers began taking readings, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and professional awe, Dr. Thorne approached the altar, his gaze fixed on the Master Heart Stone. "The energy readings are off the charts," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the thrum. "This is far more potent than anything we've ever encountered." Suddenly, the iridescent pools began to ripple. Thick black tendrils, smaller than the colossal ones we'd seen but still terrifyingly large, erupted from the fluid, lashing out, tasting the air. They were more numerous here, writhing with an almost frenzied energy. "It knows we're here," Sarah gasped, her camcorder already recording. "It's reacting to the heart stones," Alina realized, her face pale. "We've disturbed its slumber, it's actively resisting." One of the tendrils, its barbed tip glistening, lashed out towards the obsidian altar, specifically towards the Master Heart Stone. "Stay back," Dr. Thorne yelled, pulling out his firearm and firing a burst of rounds at the tendril. The bullets merely ricocheted off its chitinous surface, doing nothing. "It's impervious to conventional weaponry," Dr. Petrova shouted, pulling her own weapon but not firing. "We need to focus on the ritual." Miller, the geological engineer, a veteran of countless dangerous subterranean missions, moved with surprising speed. He pointed to a small, carved indentation at the base of the altar. "The scroll mentions a receptacle for the mineral compounds. It's right here." Our acoustics expert, a young woman named Anya, was already setting up her sonic emitters, calibrating them to the frequencies Alina had identified from the scroll. The combat medic, a gruff but efficient man named Sanchez, was readying his equipment, assessing potential hazards. "We need the compounds," Dr. Thorne ordered, his voice echoing in the chamber. "Alina, the sequence for the pools, the scroll specifies the order of activation." Alina, despite her fear, sprang into action. She pointed to the pictographs on the walls, deciphering the ancient instructions at a frantic pace. "It's a specific sequence, a clockwise motion starting from the northernmost pool, and then the central compound in the altar." The geological engineers quickly produced a series of small, sealed vials, each containing a shimmering, crystalline powder. The reverse-engineered mineral compounds, painstakingly created by their chemists. "All right, team," Dr. Thorne's voice cut through the chaos. "Miller, you and Jensen deposit the compounds into the pools in the sequence Alina identifies. Anya, prepare the sonic emitters for immediate activation. Dr. Petrova, secure the perimeter and be ready to provide cover fire. Sanchez, keep an eye on our vitals. Alina, guide us." The tendrils were lashing out more aggressively now, some of them slamming against the walls, others attempting to snake towards the altar. The thump-thump was a furious, deafening roar, a clear sign of the entity's rage. "Northernmost pool first," Alina yelled, pointing. Miller, moving with surprising agility for his size, carefully opened the first vial and poured the crystalline powder into the shimmering fluid. As the compound dissolved, the pool briefly pulsed with a faint blue light. "Next, clockwise," Alina shouted over the din. I joined Miller, my heart pounding, my headlamp beam cutting through the gloom. The metallic stench was overwhelming, and the vibrations from the Co's rage threatened to knock me off my feet. I opened the second vial, my hands shaking, and poured the powder into the next pool. This one pulsed with a green light. As we continued, each pool, as it received its compound, would briefly glow with a different color: blue, green, yellow, orange, purple, white, and finally, a deep crimson. The tendrils, meanwhile, seemed to react violently to each activation, lashing out with renewed fury, some even striking the activated pools only to recoil as if burned. By the time we reached the seventh and final pool, the crimson one, the entire chamber was alive with the pulsing, multicolored light. The tendrils were in a frenzy, snapping and writhing, their furious movements kicking up waves of the iridescent fluid. The thump-thump was an incessant, terrifying drumbeat, vibrating through every fiber of my being. "Now the altar," Alina screamed, her voice hoarse. "The central compound, the binding agent." Miller, his face grim, quickly produced a larger vial. I could see the contents, a fine, silvery dust, almost shimmering with its own internal light. He quickly deposited it into the receptacle at the base of the obsidian altar. As the silvery dust settled, the Master Heart Stone on the altar erupted. Its red glow intensified exponentially, becoming a brilliant, blinding beacon that bathed the entire chamber in an apocalyptic light. The hum it emitted was no longer just a hum. It was a powerful, resonant frequency, a deep, earth-shaking drone that vibrated through every molecule of air, every particle of rock. Simultaneously, Anya, the acoustics expert, hit a button on her console. A series of high-pitched, piercing sonic frequencies erupted from her emitters, cutting through the overwhelming drone, mixing with the resonant hum of the Master Heart Stone. The combined sound was almost unbearable, a symphony of power and pain. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The tendrils, which had been lashing out wildly, suddenly froze. They stiffened, then began to writhe not in aggression, but in agony. They thrashed spasmodically, then slowly, agonizingly began to retract back into the iridescent pools, their chitinous barbs scraping against the obsidian, emitting sickening, wet sounds. The entire cavern began to shake, not from the Ko's rage, but from a profound geological groan. Rocks rained down from the ceiling, fissures appeared in the walls, and the ground beneath us trembled violently. "It's working," Alina shrieked, her face pale but triumphant. "It's trying to resist, but the binding is taking hold." The multicolored lights from the 7 pools began to pulse in unison, now synchronized with the Master Heart Stone's blinding red glow. A shimmering, invisible barrier seemed to emanate from the altar, spreading outwards, pushing back the oppressive darkness containing the entity's wrath. The thump-thump of the Ko began to diminish, slowly at first, then more rapidly, transforming from a furious roar into a pained, desperate groan, and finally a slow, fading thrum. The overwhelming metallic stench began to recede, replaced by the clean, albeit still stale, air of the cavern. But the resistance was not over. Just as we thought we had achieved victory, a new sound erupted from the depths of the earth. A horrific, guttural shriek, impossibly loud, impossibly ancient, filled the chamber. It was a sound of pure agony, but also of immense, undying power. And then, from the largest central iridescent pool, the one where the main tendrils had originated, a truly colossal tendril erupted. It was thicker than any we had seen, easily 30 feet in diameter, its black, glistening surface covered in an array of razor-sharp chitinous spines. Its barbed tip was not just a hook, but a gaping maw lined with rows of internal teeth, dripping with iridescent fluid. This was not merely a part of the Ko. This was a direct extension of its will, its consciousness, its hunger. It slammed down on the altar, missing the Master Heart Stone by inches, sending shards of obsidian flying. The force of the impact made the entire cavern tremble, threatening to bring it down on our heads. "It's too strong," Miller yelled, scrambling for cover. "The binding isn't holding against this level of resistance." Dr. Thorne, his face grim, raised his weapon and emptied the clip into the colossal tendril. Again, the bullets simply ricocheted, leaving no mark. The tendril paused, its tooth-lined maw turning slowly, deliberately towards us. Its movement was not one of mindless rage, but of cold, calculating intelligence. "It's focusing its will," Alina cried, clutching her heart stone, which was now vibrating so intensely it threatened to shatter in her hand. "It's trying to break free, it's aware of us." The cavern shook violently again, this time with explosive force. The ceiling began to crack, massive chunks of rock splintering and crashing down. Dust and debris filled the air, making it hard to see, hard to breathe. "We need to amplify the binding," Dr. Petrova shouted, her voice strained. "Anya, full power on the sonic emitters. Everyone, focus your energy on the altar. We have to reinforce the Master Heart Stone." Anya, pale but determined, pushed a dial to maximum. The sonic emitters screamed, a deafening, high-pitched wail that merged with the droning hum of the Master Heart Stone. The combined sound was an agonizing assault on our senses, vibrating through our bones, through our very skulls. The iridescent barrier around the altar pulsed wildly, fighting against the crushing pressure of the colossal tendril. The tendril in turn began to thrash, slamming against the altar, trying to smash the Master Heart Stone. The cavern was filled with the deafening symphony of destruction, the grinding of rock, the shriek of the sonic emitters, the primal roar of the Ko, and the sickening squelch of the tendril. Then a sickening crack that reverberated through the entire chamber. The obsidian altar, already weakened, splintered. The colossal tendril had struck a fatal blow. The Master Heart Stone, still glowing with blinding intensity, wobbled precariously. "It's going to break it," Alina shrieked. "If it breaks the Master Stone, the binding fails." Without thinking, driven by a desperate primal instinct, Alina broke free from the group. Clutching her own heart stone, its red glow now almost matching the intensity of the Master Stone, she lunged forward. She placed her stone directly against the Master Heart Stone, her hands pressing down as if trying to physically hold the crumbling altar together. As the 2 heart stones touched, a blinding flash of pure, unadulterated energy erupted from the altar. The red light intensified to an unbearable degree, creating a nova of raw power that pulsed outwards, enveloping the colossal tendril. The tendril recoiled with an agonizing shriek, its chitinous spines smoking, its tooth-lined maw snapping shut. It writhed, twisting away from the blinding light, trying to escape the overwhelming energy. But it was too late. The light from the combined heart stones seemed to bind it, to paralyze it. The tendril thrashed one last time, a desperate final struggle, before slowly, agonizingly, it began to retract, screaming its ancient, terrible protest. It pulled back into the central pool, its form slowly dissolving back into the shimmering, iridescent fluid. The massive, guttural roar from the cove beneath us faded. The thump-thump diminished, becoming fainter, weaker, until it was nothing more than a ghost of a vibration. The high-pitched wail of Anya's sonic emitters, still at full power, slowly brought about a new kind of silence. The iridescent barrier around the altar solidified, becoming a tangible, shimmering dome of multicolored light, pulsating with a rhythmic, steady glow. The 7 pools around the altar now pulsed gently, their compounds still dissolving, their lights contributing to the containment field. The cavern still groaned, still shed rock and dust, but the immediate threat was gone. The Ko was receding, retreating into the deepest parts of the earth, its ancient slumber reimposed. Alina remained at the altar, her body slumped over the Master Heart Stone, her own stone still clutched in her hand. The blinding red light from the Master Stone had dimmed considerably, now a steady, gentle pulse mirroring the one in her hand. "Alina," I yelled, scrambling towards her, my heart in my throat. She didn't respond. Dr. Thorne and Sanchez reached her first, carefully lifting her. Her eyes were closed, her face pale, streaked with dust and sweat. Her heart stone, still clutched in her hand, was now completely dark, inert, its red vein faded to a dull brown. "She's alive," Sanchez announced, quickly checking her pulse. "But she's unconscious, exhausted, like she just ran a marathon." Dr. Thorne carefully separated her hand from the heart stone. He looked at the inert stone, then at the gently pulsing Master Stone on the altar. She channeled all of her energy, all of her connection. She amplified the binding. He looked at me, a profound look of awe and understanding in his eyes. She sacrificed a part of herself for this. She became a conduit. We carefully evacuated Alina, carrying her out of the crumbling Master Well chamber, back through the hidden passage, and into the relative safety of the desert night. The air outside felt impossibly fresh, clean, and cold. The thump-thump was gone, the dread was gone. The specialists immediately set about reinforcing the Master Well chamber, deploying advanced sensors, and establishing a permanent monitoring station around the now dormant Ko. Anya continued to blast low-level sonic frequencies into the earth, maintaining the integrity of the binding field. The desert night, once filled with terror, was now filled with the hum of machinery and the quiet, efficient movements of a dedicated team. I sat beside Alina as she rested in the medical tent, her breathing shallow but steady. Sarah sat opposite me, her face pale, the camcorder still clutched in her hands. We had done it. We had faced down a cosmic horror, and against all odds we had contained it. But at what cost? Alina had been so intimately connected to the Heart Stone, to the entity itself. Had she permanently damaged herself? Was this truly a victory or just a temporary reprieve? Dr. Thorne entered the tent, his face etched with exhaustion but also a profound sense of accomplishment. "She'll recover, Mr. Jensen. It will take time," but she exerted. Exertion from that final, desperate act. "We'll keep her here for observation, but the vital signs are strong." She used her unique connection to the Heart Stone, her innate attunement, to bridge the gap and amplify the binding. It was an extraordinary feat. He paused, then looked at the Master Heart Stone still pulsing gently on the now shattered altar within the chamber, its shimmer visible even from the entrance. "We have reinforced the chamber, initiated continuous sonic emissions, and deployed a new generation of seismic and energy dampening arrays. The chthonic organism is now in a deep, enforced slumber. Its primary core is contained, but it is not destroyed. It cannot be destroyed by conventional means." "So it's just sleeping?" I asked, the enormity of it still hard to grasp. "For now, yes," Dr. Thorne confirmed, his voice grave. "And with constant vigilance it will remain so. The ancient shamans understood that you don't kill something as fundamental as the hungry earth. You bind it, you manage it, you live in a precarious balance with it." "What about the other wells?" Sarah questioned, her voice hoarse. "Prosperity, the oasis." "Our teams are already en route," Dr. Petrova, who had joined us, explained. "With the master well activated, the residual energy from the other sites should be easier to suppress and monitor. The binding effect should ripple through the entire network, even the disrupted points. We will seal and fortify all known access points to prevent any further accidental awakenings." "In the world," I asked, looking from one specialist to the other, "when do people find out?" Dr. Thorne met my gaze, his blue eyes unwavering. "That is a question of immense consequence, Mr. Jensen. For now, the answer is not yet. The world is not ready to confront an entity that defies every scientific and theological understanding. The panic, the chaos, it would be catastrophic. Our priority is to secure humanity quietly and efficiently. When we have a long-term strategy, when we understand the Ko more fully, then perhaps, but not now." Mr. Thompson, I knew, would understand. The story of the century had become the secret of the millennium. Over the next few days, Alina slowly recovered. When she finally opened her eyes, she looked at her now inert heart stone, then at me, a profound sadness in her gaze. "It's gone," she whispered, her voice weak. "My connection, the hum, it's all gone." "You gave it all, Alina," I said, taking her hand. "You saved us, you saved the world." She managed a weak smile. "I felt it, Mark, when our stones touched. It was like I became part of the earth itself. I felt the pulse of the hungry earth, its immense, ancient power, and I felt the binding, the resistance, and then the peace, the enforced quiet." She shivered slightly. "It was terrifying and beautiful." Her heart stone may have been inert, but something in Alina had fundamentally changed. She carried a quiet wisdom now, a deep understanding of the earth's hidden truths. She was no longer just an academic, she was a guardian of ancient knowledge. Our role in the operation wasn't over. Dr. Thorne and Dr. Petrova made it clear that we were now indispensable. Our unique experiences, our knowledge, and our ability to bridge the gap between ancient legend and modern science were invaluable. Sarah, though still reeling from the events, embraced her new role. Her camcorder footage, now safely stored in multiple encrypted locations, became the ultimate evidence. She continued to document everything, no longer for a newspaper expose, but for a hidden archive, a testament to humanity's struggle against the unknown. Her fear had transmuted into a quiet, steely resolve. I too found a new purpose. My journalistic instincts, once focused on breaking news, now shifted to meticulous, confidential chronicling. I wrote reports, compiled data, and served as a liaison between the scientific teams and the historical interpretations. I was no longer just a reporter, I was a historian of the impossible, documenting humanity's secret war. The three of us became an unofficial yet crucial part of the specialist team. We were the civilian face, the bridge to the outside world if ever the truth had to be revealed. We traveled to other anomaly sites, some active, some dormant, helping to decipher ancient markings, identifying potential containment weaknesses, and consulting on ritualistic components. We moved through a world oblivious to the titanic struggle unfolding beneath its feet. Our lives were irrevocably changed. The normalcy of our past was a distant memory. We lived in a world where a cosmic entity slept beneath the earth, bound by ancient magic and modern science, and we were among the few who knew its secret. 1 year after Operation Sleeping Serpent, we found ourselves back in the Arizona desert at the Master Well site. The command center was now a permanent, hardened facility, disguised to blend seamlessly with the desolate landscape. Monitoring equipment hummed softly, and the security perimeter was discreet but absolute. Alina, no longer pale and frail, stood beside me, her eyes sweeping over the landscape. Her original heartstone was still inert, but she occasionally carried a small, unadorned river stone in her pocket, a new habit she couldn't quite explain. She said it made her feel more grounded. "It's still sleeping," she said softly, a faint smile touching her lips. "The earth hums a quiet lullaby now." Sarah, ever practical, was reviewing a new set of satellite imagery on a secure tablet, identifying faint, new energy signatures in a remote part of Mongolia. The work was never truly done. We looked out at the vast, silent desert, the towering mesas standing sentinel. The thump-thump was gone, replaced by the gentle whisper of the wind. The world was safe for now, but we knew that safety was a fragile thing, bought with sacrifice and maintained with eternal vigilance. The hungry earth slept, and we, its unexpected guardians, watched over its slumber, knowing that one day it might awaken again. Our story was not an ending, but the beginning of a silent, endless watch.